Hey guys, tonight we're settling into something a little different. So go ahead, dim the lights, find a soft pillow, maybe even pretend your blanket is an 18th century cloak if that helps set the mood. Because we're floating back, gently, calmly, into the year 1776. A year people love to call the birth of a nation, as if the place wasn't already full of grumpy farmers, sleep-deprived mothers, unpaid soldiers, and at least 16 separate arguments about taxes. This is not a story of explosions or battles. We're doing this the sleepless historian way. Slow, mildly sarcastic, and focused on all the strange, awkward, and very human details hiding behind the polished paintings. So, take a breath. Let's drift into the America that existed before anyone knew the revolution would become a big deal on t-shirts. America in 1776 did not look like the neat little map you've seen in school textbooks. It was more like a semi-organized collage, 13 colonies hugging the Atlantic coast like nervous toddlers clinging to the wall at a swimming pool. Behind them, enormous forests, mountains nobody felt like naming yet, and a huge interior territory that European powers kept pointing at and saying, "Mine," even though most of them had barely stepped foot there. But let's quiet the noise and zoom in on daily life. Because if you dropped into 1776 expecting grand buildings, patriotic colors, and people shouting, "America!" well, you'd mostly just find mud. Mud, wooden fences that always needed fixing, and houses that looked like they were built by someone who got bored halfway through and decided, good enough. People were shorter because of diet, disease, and the general vibe of the 18th century. Teeth were a suggestion. Bathing was optional, and deodorant was tragically still just a dream. Most towns were clusters of buildings with one tavern, one church, and at least 3 local men named John who insisted they were important because their grandfather once met Benjamin Franklin's cousin's neighbor. Life moved slowly, not romantically slow, just practically slow. The fastest communication system in 1776 was a guy on a horse who hopefully doesn't get distracted. And honestly, he often did. But let's drift a little deeper into what made early Americans so uniquely chaotic, so perpetually annoyed, and so accidentally on their way to a revolution. Families in 1776 were large, not out of enthusiasm, just statistics. Children arrived frequently, partly because there was no reliable way not to have children, and partly because you needed a small workforce to survive the winter. Babies were named with the creativity of someone filling out forms. Mary, Elizabeth, John, Samuel, repeat. No middle names unless you were fancy. The average home was 1 or 2 rooms. Privacy didn't exist. If you were a child, you slept somewhere between a fireplace, a pile of blankets, and your older sibling who snored like a musket misfiring. If you were an adult, you tried to get sleep while farm animals complained outside and someone inevitably knocked on the door asking to borrow something. Food was simple. Bread, porridge, salted meat pretending to be flavorful. Vegetables were seasonal, and by seasonal, I mean you will eat 40 pounds of corn this month or you will perish. Tea was popular until the whole dumping it into the harbor thing, after which drinking tea became an act of political bravery, like wearing the wrong team's jersey in the wrong town. Most people owned maybe 3 outfits. Washing clothes was such a chore that many just strategically ignored stains and hoped nobody noticed. Spoiler, everyone noticed. They just didn't have the energy to judge. But let's float over to where things get weird in a different way. Politics. And no, this wasn't the exciting part either. In 1776, American politics were basically a collection of very earnest men writing long letters to each other complaining about taxes, Parliament, the king, and occasionally each other. The Founding Fathers sound glamorous now, but in real time they were just a group of slightly frazzled intellectuals who somehow had enough free hours to write essays longer than modern novels. If you wandered into Philadelphia in June of 1776, the air was thick, partly tension, mostly heat. It was so warm that delegates routinely sweated through their wool clothing while discussing national destiny. Imagine debating independence while also wondering whether your stockings were melting. That was the vibe. Thomas Jefferson, America's most dramatic overachiever, was chosen to draft the Declaration because he had good handwriting and was less annoying in group discussions than some of the others. He wrote quickly, probably hoping no one asked for edits. Unfortunately, they did. Many. And Jefferson sulked about it for decades because of course he did. John Adams argued with almost everybody. He wasn't trying to be difficult, he just had a natural talent for sounding irritated. Benjamin Franklin diffused tension by making jokes, suggesting edits, and quietly being the smartest man in the room while pretending he wasn't. Congress finally approved the Declaration on July 4th, mostly because they were tired, and because it was the best they could do without Benjamin Franklin rewriting Jefferson's poetic metaphors into dad jokes. But if we float away from Philadelphia and across the colonies, we'll see something strange. Most Americans in 1776 had no idea that history was happening. They were too busy planting, stitching, cooking, hauling water, or avoiding whichever child was teething that week. And honestly, that's one of the calming things about this period. Nobody knew anything. News traveled at the speed of eventually. You could go weeks without hearing something important, and by the time you heard it, it was already outdated. Now, let's drift into the social layers of 1776, which were complicated. America liked to claim it was more equal than Europe, but in reality, society was divided like a poorly sliced cake. At the top, wealthy merchants, landowners, plantation elites, and anyone who had money, connections, or a wig large enough to be its own architectural structure. These people read books, wrote letters, and argued about philosophy, while someone else did all the heavy lifting. In the middle, artisans, small farmers, shopkeepers, people who worked constantly and slept rarely, the backbone of colonial society, and the most likely to mutter, "If these taxes get any worse," under their breath. At the bottom, indentured servants, laborers, enslaved Africans, and indigenous peoples pushed off their lands. It was a deeply unequal world, and most of the freedom talk in 1776 didn't apply to everyone. A lot of people lived lives defined by someone else's decisions, which makes the whole Land of Liberty slogan feel, let's say, aspirational. Religion shaped almost everything. Sundays were for church, whether you wanted to be there or not. Ministers preached long sermons that could last hours, excellent if you needed a nap, unfortunate if you were trying to stay awake after 6 days of work. But America's most defining feature in 1776 wasn't its government or its society. It was the land. Let's float into that for a moment.
North America was breathtakingly natural in the untouched, overwhelming sense. Forests stretched farther than anyone could imagine. Rivers twisted through valleys that were barely mapped. Wildlife roamed freely, from deer and bears to the occasional wolf that wandered a bit too close to settlements and caused mild panic. Indigenous nations lived across these landscapes with cultures that were thousands of years old, far older than anything the English had established. They traded, governed themselves, formed alliances, fought enemies, and navigated politics on a scale most colonists barely understood. But in 1776, their world was being reshaped, sometimes violently, by European expansion. Frontier life was risky but peaceful in that quiet, something might eat me but not right this second sort of way. Families built cabins in the woods, hoping their crops would survive and their nearest neighbor would be less than a mile away, because community mattered when you lived where bears occasionally wandered past the door. People used candles at night, not for mood lighting, just survival. Darkness wasn't symbolic, it was just dark. Lanterns flickered, fireplaces crackled, and outside the night stretched endlessly. It's calming to imagine, in a way. No car horns, no electricity humming, just the steady rhythm of insects, wind, and the occasional cow complaining at an inconvenient hour. Let's drift onward. Cities in 1776 weren't exactly cities. Philadelphia was the largest, with about 30,000 people, roughly the size of a modern small town with one good shopping mall. New York had about 25,000. Boston was recovering from years of political drama and several rounds of British soldiers who kept overstaying their welcome. Walking through a colonial city, you'd find narrow streets, wooden buildings, and a smell that wasn't great. Horses left contributions everywhere. Trash disposal was improvisational, and if the wind blew the wrong direction, you simply pretended you didn't notice. But cities were also lively. Taverns buzzed with gossip, arguments, and the occasional philosophical debate conducted by someone who had definitely had too much cider. Markets sold everything from vegetables to imported goods from London. People gathered at coffee houses to read newspapers and whisper about politics like it was the 18th century version of social media. And everywhere, truly everywhere, you heard talk of the British. Arguments about Parliament, rumors about war, complaints about taxes. The colonies were restless, like a teenager who had finally realized their parent couldn't actually control them long distance. Yet despite the tension, the daily pace remained slow. People still had to milk cows, mend clothes, chop wood, and argue with neighbors about fences that kept falling down. Revolutions may be dramatic in textbooks, but in real time, they are painfully ordinary. Let's drift now into the homes themselves, the quiet, candle-lit spaces where daily life unfolded. Colonial houses were built from wood or brick, depending on what was available. Floors creaked, windows rattled. The fireplace was the heart of the house, used for cooking, heating, and occasionally drying out clothes that got soaked because umbrellas were barely an idea yet. Furniture was simple. Beds were stuffed with straw or feathers if you were lucky. Mattresses were lumpy, chairs were stiff, and everything creaked in a way that made you wonder if the house was gently protesting its own existence. Nighttime routines were slow. People told stories, read if they could, or stitched clothing by dim light. Children fell asleep early because daylight determined everything. Adults went to bed not long after because waking up at dawn was just how life worked. Imagine the silence. No electronics, no buzzing appliances, just breathing, wind, the soft crackle of fire, and maybe someone snoring in the next room. It's almost peaceful, except for the smell of whatever was salted in the kitchen. But we're drifting, gently, toward the bigger picture. Because America in 1776 wasn't a unified country yet. It was a collection of colonies with completely different personalities. Massachusetts was puritanical and perpetually irritated. Virginia had plantation aristocrats who pretended they were British nobility. New York was bustling and slightly snobby. Pennsylvania was full of Quakers who just wanted everyone to relax. The Carolinas were humid, mosquito-infested, and trying their best. Georgia was like the youngest sibling who hadn't figured out who they were yet. These colonies barely agreed on anything. They argued about taxes, land, trade, religion, and whether New Englanders were too dramatic. They were. Uniting them was like trying to get 13 people to share a group chat without someone muting it. And yet, somehow, by midsummer in 1776, they had agreed on one thing. They were tired. Tired of Parliament. Tired of royal governors. Tired of being told what to do by people across an ocean who didn't even know what humidity felt like. So independence began, not with fireworks, not with triumphant music, but with exhausted men signing a document in a hot room, probably wishing for iced tea that didn't exist yet. And while armies marched and strategies unfolded, most Americans continued living their quiet, ordinary lives, planting, mending, cooking, complaining, and wondering whether anything would truly change.
Hey again. Glad you're still here, still relaxed, still willing to drift deeper into the soft chaos that was America in 1776. So settle back into your blanket time machine, because tonight we're gliding into the daily rhythms, awkward habits, questionable hygiene, and very human routines of the people who lived through that famously historic year without ever knowing they'd end up written about in your bedtime playlist 2 centuries later. Let's take it slow. Let's take it calm. Let's take it the way someone in 1776 would walk anywhere, because nobody was in a hurry unless something was on fire. The first thing to know about everyday life in 1776 is that mornings arrived aggressively early. When the sun rose, you rose. There was no snooze button, no blackout curtains, and definitely no 5 more minutes. Chickens screamed. Cows demanded attention. The fireplace needed relighting. And if you were unlucky, your neighbor's rooster had an especially strong sense of self-importance. Most Americans woke up around 4:30 or 5 a.m. Not because they were spiritually disciplined or passionate about productivity, just because the world gave them no choice. You wake up when the house is cold, when the children start moving, or when the livestock decides it's your problem. The average colonial bedroom was chilly, dim, and full of random wood noises. Houses creaked so much at night that you sometimes wondered if spirits were involved. They weren't. Old timber just has strong opinions. People slept in shifts sometimes. If you were a parent, there was always a child getting up for some reason, thirsty, itchy, cold, awake for no reason except to ruin your sleep. So really, 1776 parents weren't that different from parents today, just with fewer snacks and more chores. Let's float into the kitchen next, a room where more things boiled, smoked, burned, and bubbled than the average modern person could tolerate. Cooking in 1776 was an all-day activity. There were no stoves, no ovens with temperature dials, no preheat to 350 degrees Fahrenheit nonsense. There was only a giant fireplace that demanded constant supervision, because if the fire went out, your next meal was going to be sadness. People kept fire starters like they were precious jewels. Breakfast was simple. Maybe cornmeal mush, maybe bread, maybe something left from last night. If you had dairy, great. If not, well, there was always water and hope. Coffee existed but was expensive. Tea existed but had political baggage. Cocoa existed but was for special moments, not morning routines. So colonists mostly drank cider or beer, in tiny amounts, since water could be unpredictable. Imagine starting your day with a mild buzz and nobody thinking twice about it. Children ate quickly and ran outside to do chores. Chores were not clean your room, but more like carry water for the entire household or go feed the animals before they riot. Life was practical. If you didn't work, things simply didn't happen. And after breakfast, adults scattered into their daily tasks like NPCs in a simulation. Let's drift over to clothing next, because fashion in 1776 was committed. Practical? Sometimes. Flattering? Rarely. Complicated? Always. For men, the daily outfit involved linen shirts, breeches, stockings, shoes with questionable comfort, waistcoats, and occasionally a coat that made them look like a walking upholstery sample. Buttons were everywhere. Ties, buckles, straps, just layers on layers. It's like each outfit was designed by someone who hated time efficiency. Women's clothing was even more of an endurance sport. Stays, kind of like proto-corsets, shift, which was the base layer, petticoats, aprons, gowns, more petticoats, laces, pins that threatened to stab you if you moved too quickly. Getting dressed took time. Getting undressed also took time. If someone in 1776 had invented sweatpants, society would have changed overnight. Clothing also revealed status. The wealthy wore fabric that said, "I am important and probably own more land than you." The middle class wore practical clothes that said, "I am tired." The working poor wore whatever didn't fall apart that week. Enslaved people often received rough, uncomfortable clothes that were intentionally cheap and limiting. But no matter the class, everyone had one thing in common. You washed your clothes rarely. Laundry day was physically painful. Boiling, scrubbing, wringing, drying. Your knuckles suffered. Your patience suffered. Nothing smelled as fresh as you wish it did. Now let's float back outside now, where things get a bit agricultural. Farming dominated life. Even if you lived in a town, the rhythm of agriculture shaped everything. Seasons dictated what you did, what you ate, how you lived, and what you worried about. In spring, you planted. You hoped frost wouldn't ruin your hard work. In summer, you sweated while doing everything. Mosquitoes attacked. Crops grew. In fall, you harvested and worried whether you stored enough to survive winter. In winter, you survived winter. Colonial farms were small, mostly family-run, with endless chores. Everybody worked. Men worked. Women worked. Children worked. Even toddlers found themselves carrying small buckets or shooing chickens or being told to stay out of the way, but also help. Tools were simple. Axes, hoes, scythes, plows pulled by animals that cooperated only when they felt like it. People developed muscles not because they wanted them, but because their livelihoods required it. The landscape was rugged, trees everywhere, stumps everywhere, fences that constantly needed fixing, animals that escaped just when you thought they wouldn't. Farming was a test of patience, and patience often lost. But despite the difficulty, farms were the heart of colonial life. Family dinners, seasonal routines, hand-down knowledge passed from parent to child, a rhythm that shaped generations. Now let's drift from farmland to colonial towns, small, buzzing clusters of people trying their best to live somewhat civilly.
Colonial towns were humble. Narrow streets, wagon ruts, wooden buildings that leaned slightly because early carpenters were more optimistic than precise. The smell? A blend of animals, smoke, food, and whatever the wind dragged in. People got used to it. They had to. Taverns were the real social centers. You went to a tavern not for excitement, but because it was one of the few places with light, warmth, and other humans who weren't related to you. People drank cider, ale, or rum because water wasn't always trustworthy, and because talking politics sober was apparently too much to ask for. Taverns hosted meetings, gossip exchanges, and debates about whether the British Parliament had lost its mind again. Spoiler, most people felt it had. Markets were lively, but not lively like today's farmers' markets with organic kale. More like, I will trade you this cabbage for 3 candles and maybe a spoon. Everything was about necessity. People bought fabric, tools, nails, rope, salted fish, flour, and whatever else kept life running. Artisans filled towns: blacksmiths, carpenters, coopers, tinsmiths, shoemakers, printers. The sound of hammering, sawing, and clanging was constant. Craftsmen were respected because without them, society fell apart faster than a poorly balanced colonial table. And among all this movement were people who didn't quite fit into the hustle. Quakers with their quiet calm, German immigrants with their stubborn work ethic, French Huguenots with amazing skill sets, indigenous traders moving through towns with goods and knowledge older than the colonies themselves. It was a mosaic, a messy one, but a living one. Now, let's drift into something very human: social life. People in 1776 socialized more than you might expect. Despite hard lives, they made time for gatherings, meals, dances, church events, barn raisings, and seasonal celebrations. Church wasn't just for religion, it was social glue. You saw everyone. You talked afterward. You exchanged news. You judged someone's new coat internally. Ministers preached long sermons with the calm certainty of men who enjoyed their own voices, but it gave people a weekly structure they depended on. Weddings were community affairs, not glamorous, not filled with flowers and elaborate dresses, more like, we cooked a lot of food, everyone showed up, and we hope it doesn't rain. And then there was dancing. Colonists loved dancing. They danced in taverns, in barns, in kitchens if there was enough space. Dance steps were formal but fun, and musicians played fiddles until their fingers got tired. Even funerals were social, a chance to gather, reflect, and quietly catch up on gossip. And speaking of gossip, gossip was the colonial social currency. Who said what? Who argued with whom? Who owed money? Who met with which political group? Who was rumored to be secretly loyalist or patriot? Colonial newspapers fueled this with slow, steady drips of information. Imagine waiting weeks for news that may or may not be accurate, then reading it by candlelight while squinting at tiny print. Let's drift from social life to something even quieter: education. Colonial education was a mixed bag. If you lived in New England, you probably learned to read because Puritans insisted children needed to read the Bible. If you lived in the South, education depended mostly on wealth. Plantation elites hired tutors or sent sons to Europe. Poor children learned from family, if at all. Schools were one-room buildings with uncomfortable benches and adults who believed discipline was a personality trait. Students of all ages sat together and recited lessons out loud because silence was apparently optional. Writing was harder. Paper was expensive. Ink was finicky. Quill pens broke constantly. Many people learned just enough writing to sign their name, and honestly, that was enough. But reading was widespread. Pamphlets, newspapers, sermons, almanacs. People consumed information slowly but steadily. Knowledge was a gift when you had time for it. Now let's drift into something less academic: medicine. It's important to approach 1776 medicine with gentle, sleepy acceptance. because medical knowledge back then was essentially best guesses and optimism. Doctors believed many illnesses came from imbalanced humors, bodily fluids with a dramatic flair. Treatments included bleeding people with leeches, purging them, blistering or sweating, or giving herbal remedies that tasted like punishment. Dentistry was worse. If your tooth hurt, someone yanked it. No anesthesia, just raw determination and possibly a chair to hold on to. Women suffered through childbirth with little help. Infections were common, disease spread quickly. Life expectancy varied wildly. And yet, people persisted. Communities cared for the sick, families supported each other, and remedies passed through generations like whispered secrets. Now let's float toward transportation, slow, bumpy, and often muddy. Travel in 1776 was an adventure you didn't really want, but sometimes couldn't avoid. Walking was the most common method. It was reliable and free. Horses were faster, but expensive. Wagons existed, but they had the comfort level of a wooden roller coaster. Carriages were for the wealthy, and for people who liked pretending the roads weren't terrible. But there was something peaceful about it. Slow journeys, open landscapes, time to think, no rush except the weather. Before we end part 2, let's drift to the edges of colonial society, the frontier. The frontier in 1776 wasn't a single line on a map. It was a mindset, a place of opportunity mixed with anxiety, beauty mixed with hardship. Settlers built cabins far from towns, living off the land, interacting with indigenous nations whose cultures stretched far back in time. Trading relationships existed, tensions existed, but daily life on the frontier was simple and demanding. You woke with the sun, you maintained the homestead, you listened to nature's rhythms, you respected forces bigger than yourself. At night, the frontier was incredibly quiet. Stars bright, forests deep, the world old and still. It's a calming place to imagine, especially from your blanket in the 21st century.
All right, welcome back. Settle in again, breathe a little slower, and let the candlelight in your imagination flicker softly against the wooden walls of a world that hasn't yet discovered electricity, or personal boundaries, or deodorant that actually works. Tonight, we drift deeper into the people of 1776, their personalities, their quirks, their odd habits, their tiny dramas that never made it into the polished portraits you see in textbooks. This is where the real texture of early America lives, not in battles or declarations, but in the quiet, sometimes awkward, often amusing behaviors of the very real humans who lived through that year. So, let's drift. If you want to understand America in 1776, you start by understanding that almost everyone was a little weird. Not in a dramatic way, just in the, this is what happens when you grow up in a world where the biggest excitement is a traveling peddler with new buttons sort of way. People had strong routines, strong opinions, and very strong smells. Let's begin with the elites, the wealthy colonial upper crust who pretended they were British gentry, but were realistically British gentry with budget constraints. Wealthy Americans in 1776 lived in houses that tried very hard to look elegant. Polished banisters, imported china carefully displayed but rarely used, paintings of family members who looked 3 shades more dignified than they actually were. These elite families loved formality. Dinner was an event, complete with multiple courses, conversations about philosophy, and at least one person who quoted classical authors because it made them sound educated, even if they only knew one line. Fashion was a battlefield of social signaling. Silk, imported fabrics, wigs powdered to near ghostliness. Men wanted to look respectable. Women wanted to look refined. Everyone wanted to avoid sweating, which was unfortunately impossible. Wigs were especially important. Colonial men could spend hours adjusting, curling, or powdering their wigs. Some wigs were so heavy they probably caused neck pain. Others were modest yet dignified. And even though Americans were technically being rebellious in 1776, they still loved their wigs. Independence would truly arrive until hair powder started going out of style. Let's float into their domestic lives, because rich households weren't peaceful, they were busy. Wealthy families often had large households with servants, enslaved laborers, extended relatives, and visitors who simply stayed far longer than anyone asked them to. Meals were formal. Tea time was a daily ritual. Letters were written endlessly, long, elegant, and filled with politely worded complaints about everything from the weather to Parliament. Women oversaw the household with intense precision. Men oversaw their businesses with equally intense confidence. Children were raised to be miniature adults. And all of this bustle existed inside a world where the outside streets were still muddy, noisy, and filled with livestock that occasionally wandered wherever it pleased. Now let's drift lower, gently, to the middle class, the artisans and merchants who made colonial society actually function. Middle-class Americans were the backbone of 1776. Blacksmiths, coopers, carpenters, shoemakers, printers who inked newspapers, shopkeepers who sold everything from fish hooks to molasses, innkeepers who tolerated travelers as a sport. These people lived modestly but comfortably. Their homes were smaller, their lives were steadier. Their concerns were practical: apprentices who didn't listen, tools that needed mending, accounts that needed balancing. Their days began early and ended early because the sun dictated everything and candles weren't cheap. Their clothing was simpler than the elites, but still layered and warm. They owned work clothes, church clothes, and not much else. Their social life revolved around community gatherings, church events, local fairs, and taverns where debates about the British grew louder as 1776 went on. Middle-class people were not extravagant, but they were proud. Proud of their craft, proud of their homes, proud of surviving another winter without losing their roof to wind or boredom. Now let's drift deeper still to the largest portion of the population, the working poor. Imagine small cabins, rough furniture, handmade tools, hard work every day from dawn until dusk. Working-class families lived close to the land. If you were a laborer, your life was demanding but steady. If you were a tenant farmer, you owed rent in cash or crops. If you were a dock worker, you moved goods up and down the waterfront until your back ached. Their diets were plain, their homes were cramped, their clothes were functional, and their lives were built on endurance rather than indulgence. But to truly understand 1776, we have to drift to the people whose stories often get overshadowed in patriotic narratives: enslaved Africans and indigenous nations. We'll move softly, respectfully, because their experiences shaped America in ways the history books rarely emphasize enough. In 1776, about 1 in 5 people in the colonies was enslaved. Their labor sustained the wealth of countless households, especially in the South. They planted, harvested, cooked, cleaned, built, repaired, and lived under constant control. Life for enslaved people was defined by restrictions, restricted movement, restricted choices, restricted futures. Families were torn apart. Language and culture were intentionally suppressed. Yet enslaved communities formed deep bonds, preserving traditions, music, spiritual practices, and storytelling beneath the surface of forced labor.
Their days were long and physically demanding. Their nights were brief moments of humanity, quiet conversations, whispered songs, careful nurturing of hope in a world that offered very little of it. Enslaved people shaped American culture profoundly, but 1776 wasn't their year of freedom. Independence would come slowly, painfully, unevenly, across generations. Let's drift now to the original inhabitants of the continent, the indigenous nations whose histories stretch back thousands of years. At the moment the Declaration of Independence was written, indigenous peoples lived in every corner of the continent, from the Haudenosaunee in the northeast to the Cherokee in the south, the Shawnee, Lenape, Creek, Choctaw, and countless others. Their cultures were rich, their political systems complex, their trade networks extensive. Many lived in longhouses, wigwams, lodges, or structures suited to their environments. Their farming methods were sophisticated. Their spiritual beliefs were deeply connected to the land. Yet by 1776, colonists had pushed steadily into indigenous territories, creating tension, trade agreements, fragile alliances, and conflict. Many indigenous nations understood the revolution better than colonists did. They had watched the British and French fight over land for decades, and knew Europeans rarely respected boundaries. But daily life continued: hunting, fishing, crafting, storytelling, diplomacy. Indigenous nations were not static or primitive. They were communities navigating change in real time, just like everyone else. Now let's drift into the lives of children in 1776, who lived in a world much stricter and simpler than modern childhood. Children were everywhere. Households had many of them. Young kids worked as soon as they could lift anything heavier than a wooden spoon. There were no childhood luxuries, no toys made of plastic, no screens. A doll might be made of corn husks. A favorite toy might be a stick with imagination attached. Children were expected to behave, to respect adults, to follow routines, to help with chores, to learn by watching. School existed but wasn't guaranteed. Some children learned to read before they could walk steadily. Others never learned at all. Punishments were strict. Expectations were high. Affection was usually practical rather than sentimental. Yet children found ways to play. Games like marbles, tag, spinning tops, and running through fields with the kind of unstructured energy adults wish they still had. Teenagers? They didn't exist, at least not as a concept. You were a child, and then suddenly you were an adult, with responsibilities and maybe a spouse. Now let's drift into a quieter, more introspective part of 1776, the inner lives of people. It's easy to imagine colonial Americans as serious, stern, upright figures, because that's how they look in portraits. But portraits lie. Portraits are the Instagram filters of the 18th century. People in 1776 had the same range of emotions as you. They worried, they hoped, they felt lonely, they laughed, softly, carefully, sometimes fully,
They got tired, anxious, bored. Most days were predictable. Wake up, work, eat, work again, eat again, sleep, repeat. But inside that rhythm were small joys. Listening to rain on a roof, reading a letter from someone far away, sharing a story at night, watching a new calf walk for the first time, hearing the first spring bird song after a long winter. Life was harder, but in many ways, simpler. And as 1776 unfolded, people lived their lives mostly unaware that this quiet year of routines and chores and seasonal rhythms would eventually become a symbol of national identity. History's funny like that. Big moments happen during small days.
Hey again, welcome back. If you're still awake after 3 parts of 1776 America, congratulations, you officially have the stamina of an 18th century farmer who somehow plowed a field using tools that look like they came free in a cereal box. So let's gently drift deeper into the landscape of the new United States. Not the big dramatic stuff. No battles, no declarations, no drums. Just the slow, slightly messy, deeply human rhythms of a place that was still figuring out who it wanted to be while simultaneously eating a diet that would destroy the constitution of any modern stomach. We're floating now. The candles are dim. And America is developing a personality. The frontier before it was the frontier. So, here's the thing people forget. In 1776, the frontier wasn't a solid line. No big dotted curve on a map saying, "Here be wilderness." It was patchy, soft around the edges, more like a watercolor painting than a border. You had settlements tucked into valleys, small towns clinging to riverbanks, cabins scattered in forests like someone spilled a handful of dice. And every single one of those settlements had at least one guy who claimed he knew the woods better than anyone. He didn't, but he said it loudly, usually while drinking something homemade that could strip paint. The frontier residents were, well, a particular type, the kind of people who heard dangerous forests filled with unpredictable wildlife and thought, "Perfect, I'll bring the kids." Life out here was hard. But it was also slow. No one was rushing, no one was optimizing. The phrase work-life balance didn't exist because every part of life was work. Let's just float through it. The average cabin where comfort went to die. Picture a cabin. Now lower your expectations. It's drafty. It smells like smoke and damp wool. There are about 7 tools hanging on the wall that you can't identify, and honestly, neither could half the people using them. Furniture is, well, optional. A chair might just be a stump someone dragged inside. A table might be, generously speaking, a flat board nailed to 2 smaller boards. The fireplace is everything. It cooks your food. It heats the house. It tries its very best to burn down the house at least once a season. And sleeping? Oh, sleeping. You're not getting anything resembling a modern mattress. You're probably lying on a sack stuffed with corn husks or straw, which is basically nature's version of a low-budget massage chair, one that massages you through a series of small, painful stabs. Kids usually slept in lofts, which sounds charming until you learn they're basically attics without insulation. In winter, they froze. In summer, they baked. Seasonal variety, I guess. But people made do, because that's what the frontier is all about. Making do. And occasionally yelling at livestock. Clothing choices. Practicality over everything. If you ever time traveled to 1776 frontier America, you wouldn't see stylish colonial fashion. No powdered wigs, no waistcoats with tiny embroidered flowers. Those are for the polished people back east who had things like public life and laundry. Out here, clothing was durable, simple, and usually smelled like wood smoke and wet earth. Leather leggings were popular because they didn't rip easily. Shirts were linen, patched repeatedly until they began resembling fabric Frankensteins.
Shoes? Oh, that depended. Some people had proper boots. Others wore moccasins. A few went barefoot because apparently the earth was free and shoes were not. There was one fashion rule though. If it kept you alive, it stayed. Function over form, survival over style. Even if you looked like you got dressed during a small tornado.
Food, the original bland diet. Food on the frontier was a combination of whatever you grew, whatever you hunted, whatever didn't kill you when you ate it. The average meal was something like cornbread, salted meat, stew made of mystery ingredients, and maybe, if you were lucky, a single sad vegetable. Spices were rare. Sugar was a luxury. Butter was precious. Imagine cooking with nothing but salt and a hope that your stew wouldn't poison anyone. That was daily life. People talked a lot about food because it was one of the few joys available. A good loaf of bread, high entertainment. If someone got their hands on actual tea or coffee, they became the Beyoncé of the settlement. Everyone suddenly showed up at their cabin for a friendly visit. Meanwhile, whiskey was extremely common because water was questionable and emotional stability was, shall we say, negotiable. Work cycles. Sunrise as your alarm clock. In 1776 frontier America, the universe gave you one alarm clock, the sun. And when it rose, you got up. Not because you wanted to, because you had to. There was always work to do. Chop wood, haul water, mend fences, feed animals, milk animals, chase animals when they escaped, because of course they did, remend fences, try unsuccessfully to fix your tools. Everything took time, everything took effort, and everything moved at the pace of someone who had no choice but to keep going. People didn't really get bored. They were too tired for that. This was a world where rest wasn't entertainment, it was survival. A few minutes leaning against a tree might have been the closest thing to a spa day. Family life. Chaotic, loud, and very full. Families were large, not because everyone loved having lots of kids, but because children were extra hands for labor, child mortality was heartbreakingly high, there was no reliable birth control besides pure luck. So households often had 6, 8, 10 people living under one wooden roof. Privacy didn't exist. Quiet didn't exist. Alone time meant taking a very long walk to get water from a faraway stream. Parents worked constantly. Children helped constantly. And somehow in between all that, people bonded, slowly, gently. In that way you do when you're all stuck in one small space and the only entertainment is conversation, chores, or staring at the fire trying to decode life. Frontier towns were proto-malls without the malls. Now, let's glide into a small frontier town. Not a city. Cities in 1776 were rare and honestly kind of stressful. Towns were where the interesting, mildly dysfunctional community life happened. A typical town might have a tavern, a blacksmith, a general store, maybe a mill, a meeting house, a handful of houses thrown together like someone was playing SimCity while tired. Nothing matched, nothing was symmetrical. It was all built as needed and repaired as possible. The tavern was usually the social hub. People drank, talked, argued about land, traded stories, and occasionally fell asleep at the table. Basically, YouTube comments, but in person and with more alcohol. The general store carried things like nails, flour, candles, fabric, and gossip. Lots of gossip. If you wanted to know which neighbor was feuding with whom, this was the place. And the blacksmith? He was basically the tech support of the entire town. Broken tools? Ask him. Shoes worn down? Ask him. Need a new hinge for your door because you slammed it too hard after arguing with a family member? Definitely Ask him. Everything was connected. Everyone relied on everyone. It was messy, but it worked. Slowly and stubbornly. Let's float over to religion. Religion in 1776 America wasn't one thing. It was dozens of little sects scattered across the countryside like seeds blown in the wind. You had Puritans, Anglicans, Baptists, Quakers, Presbyterians, German Pietists, Moravians, Dutch Reformed communities, and many, many tiny splinter groups formed because someone didn't like how someone else read one verse of the Bible. People walked miles to attend services. Preachers often doubled as community counselors, teachers, and conflict mediators. Church didn't just structure belief, it structured time. It structured community. It gave people something to look forward to besides chores and the occasional decent meal. Even atheists, rare but not non-existent, showed up sometimes just to see other humans. Religion wasn't about fire and brimstone out here. It was about connection. Soft, steady, routine. The way a frontier soul survived loneliness. Education, where the bare minimum was a blessing. Schools existed, in theory. One-room schoolhouses were the norm, with a teacher who was underpaid, was underqualified, and somehow still managed to teach children to read and do math. Students ranged from toddlers to teenagers. Lessons were simple and repetitive. Books were scarce. Discipline was strict, but mostly because the teacher was outnumbered 20 to 1. Boys often left school early to help with work. Girls often left to help raise younger siblings. Learning was slow, but people absorbed what they could. If you could read the Bible, sign your name, and do enough arithmetic to not get cheated in a trade, you were doing pretty well. And now, let's glide toward the next layer. As we drift through the rural spaces of 1776, you can feel that half-formed nation taking shape. Not the political version, the human version. A land stitched together by towns and cabins and people who tried every day just to get by. Who didn't have big ideological speeches. Who weren't in Philadelphia signing anything. Who were just living. America wasn't built by big events. It was built by thousands of tiny, quiet ones. And now that we've settled into the everyday world of the frontier, we're ready to float even further. Next, we'll wander into the world of 1776 urban life, where things were louder, messier, smellier, and surprisingly sophisticated, depending on your definition of sophisticated. But we'll get to that in the next part. Just relax, take a breath, let the candlelight flicker.
Welcome back. If you're still with me, still awake, or peacefully sinking into that warm, half-drowsy place, this part is where we glide away from the quiet cabins and creaky frontier life and drift softly into something busier. Not exciting, don't worry, just crowded. Tonight, we're stepping into the cities of 1776 America. Places that called themselves sophisticated, and occasionally were, while also being, at the same time, loud, chaotic, and scented with a combination of horse manure and ambition. So settle in, let your breathing slow, and imagine you're walking down a cobblestone street at a very lazy pace. Cities. In 1776, the not-so-urban experience. People like to imagine 1776 cities as many versions of London or Paris. And to be fair, Boston, Philadelphia, New York, and Charleston were trying their best. But trying is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. For example, streets weren't paved in most areas.
Sidewalks were a suggestion. Drainage was optimistic. And the population density was just enough to create smells no candle could fix. But people were proud of these cities. They were energetic little hubs, crowded, loud, and constantly buzzing with market chatter. Imagine stalls selling fish, rope, cheese, nails, rum, more rum, vegetables, and occasionally things that even the sellers weren't entirely sure about. Imagine carts clattering over stones, pedestrians weaving through horses, random goats just being there. It wasn't glamorous, but it was alive. Houses, tall, narrow, and slightly crooked. Urban houses in 1776 were like toddlers learning to walk, upright, but barely. They were tall, thin, often made of brick, and sometimes leaning just a little because the foundation had ideas of its own. Most houses were tightly packed, sharing walls with neighbors. Privacy was a fantasy, noise was constant, and the smell of whatever your neighbor was cooking probably drifted through your window uninvited. Houses had steep staircases, dim rooms, fireplaces in nearly every space, and windows with glass panes that were so wavy you could stare at them for entertainment. Urban families didn't always have yards. If they did, it was usually a patch just big enough for drying laundry and regretting life choices. Inside, things were more decorated than frontier cabins, but not by much. People hung portraits, displayed plates they'd never actually use, and occasionally kept random European knickknacks to show that they had taste, or at least aspirations toward taste. City life. Busy, noisy, and very social. If the frontier was solitary, the cities were the opposite. People knew each other, sometimes too well. Everyone had opinions about everyone. If your roof needed fixing, people noticed. If your daughter wore a dress that was slightly too bright, people talked. If you bought imported tea after the whole tea incident, oh, people had thoughts. Walking through a city meant constantly running into friends, foes, acquaintances, gossip sources, rival merchants, and overly enthusiastic street vendors. Conversations happened everywhere. On stoops, in markets, outside taverns, inside taverns, next to horses, and occasionally in the middle of the street because someone forgot to move. Life was fast-paced for the era, but not stressful, just full. You were never bored, and if you were, someone would fix that by showing up uninvited to talk about politics.
Taverns, the original community centers. Taverns were the beating heart of every city. Forget modern bars. These were multifunctional hubs where you could eat, drink, gossip, read newspapers, hold town meetings, listen to debates, play cards, make business deals, accidentally overhear someone else's business deal, and complain about taxes because that never goes out of style. Alcohol flowed freely. Food was simple: stews, bread, cheese, salted meat, and usually acceptable. Some taverns were elegant, with polished wood and imported glassware. Most were not. Imagine dim rooms full of chatter, clattering.
Probably, taverns didn't have miniature owners, but they were different in the same way. Taverns were the beating heart of every city. Forget modern bars. These were multifunctional hubs where you could eat, drink, gossip, read newspapers, hold town meetings, listen to debates, play cards, make business deals,
accidentally overhear someone else's business deal, and complain about taxes, because that never goes out of style. Alcohol flowed freely. Food was simple: stews, bread, cheese, salted meat, and usually acceptable. Some taverns were elegant, with polished wood and imported glassware. Most were not. Imagine dim rooms full of chatter, clattering tankards, and the faint smell of spilled ale mixed with pipe smoke. This wasn't a place to rush. It was a place to sink into, slowly, like a slightly uneven wooden chair. The smells, let's be honest, they were something. We don't need to sugarcoat this. Cities smelled strongly. There were horses everywhere, and horses don't exactly participate in modern waste management programs. People dumped chamber pots into gutters because the infrastructure said, "Good luck." Fish markets created aromas. Tanning yards were pungent enough to knock out your sense of optimism. But here's the thing, people got used to it. Noses adapt. And eventually, it just became part of the city's personality. Not a charming part, but a part nonetheless. Clothing. A little fancy, a little practical. Urban clothing in 1776 was more refined than frontier wear, but still far from royal court fashion. Men wore linen shirts, wool coats, breeches, stockings, shoes with buckles that were more decorative than helpful. Women wore long gowns or skirts, aprons for work, stays, not full corsets, just supportive, slightly rude garments, caps or bonnets, and occasionally jewelry if they were feeling bold. Colors were earthy, but not dull. People liked blues, russets, greens, and soft yellows. Perfume existed, but it was mostly used by people trying to distract from larger scent issues. Everyone tried to look respectable. Everyone also had at least one clothing item with a hole in it they kept meaning to fix. Work. The Urban Grind 18th Century Edition. City work was varied and sometimes oddly specific. You had carpenters, silversmiths, shipbuilders, sailmakers, porters, bakers, printmakers, tailors, midwives, apothecaries, teachers, carters, chandlers, candlemakers, and the ever-important guy who sells random imported goods nobody needed. Shops opened with the sunrise and closed at dusk. People worked long hours, but not frantically. Tasks were done at the pace of the world, steady, slow, and deeply practical. Evening was for socializing, reading, or just simply collapsing gently into bed. Newspapers, the internet before the internet. Cities had newspapers, many newspapers, some accurate, most not. They printed market prices, ship arrivals, political opinions, rumors disguised as facts, facts disguised as rumors, essays from people who desperately needed hobbies. People discussed articles non-stop. Someone was always upset about something. It was basically 18th century Twitter, with more ink and fewer memes. The wealthy, trying their best to be fancy. Urban elites liked to pretend they lived in miniature Europe. They decorated homes with imported wallpaper. They used china teacups. They owned pianos nobody could actually play. They threw dinner parties with foods like oysters and puddings and whatever else their cooks could keep from burning. But even the wealthy faced the realities of 1776 life. Fires, rats, food shortages, illness, and that one neighbor who shouted too loudly during arguments. Money helped, but it didn't insulate you from everything. The poor, crowded, hardworking, and holding it all together. Poorer families lived in cramped homes or rented rooms. They worked service jobs, washing laundry, cleaning, hauling goods, sewing, cooking. Life wasn't easy, but people supported each other. Neighbors helped neighbors, families pooled resources, and the community operated like a patchwork quilt. Messy, but warm. Slavery in the cities, a quiet, widespread reality. Slavery wasn't just a southern plantation institution. In 1776, it existed in northern cities too. Enslaved men and women cooked, cleaned, built, worked in workshops, ran errands, raised children, maintained households. Many people ignored this contradiction, talking about liberty during the day and profiting off slavery at night. It was one of the deep, uneasy truths woven quietly into urban life. We won't dwell in it dramatically. It's heavy, but it's part of the landscape we're drifting through. Nighttime in the city, a soft fade. As the sun set, cities transformed. Candles flickered in windows. Taverns hummed with tired conversation. The streets grew quieter as horses were stabled and merchants closed their shutters. You might hear a distant fiddle, footsteps on stone, someone calling goodnight, a dog barking at nothing, the soft crackle of a hearth through an open window. It wasn't peaceful, but it was human, lived in, steady. A lullaby of ordinary life in a place still figuring out what it meant to be itself. And as we let the city fade behind us, we're ready to drift into another part of 1776 America, a place you can't see on most historical maps, the emotional world, the daily mindsets, how people actually felt, fought, and processed life. But we'll slip into that gently next time.
Welcome back. Settle in. Loosen your shoulders a little. We're floating now into one of my favorite parts of the 1776 landscape. Not the political drama, not the muskets, not the fireworks in Philadelphia, but the quiet psychological stuff. What people felt, what they feared, what they hoped for in the privacy of their candlelit rooms. This isn't the version that shows up in textbooks. This is the soft, sleepy, very human version of 1776. So let's take this slow, gentle drift into the inner world of early Americans, their moods, their anxieties, their relationships, and all the small emotional oddities that shaped their lives far more than any big historical moment ever did. The constant low-level anxiety of just surviving. One thing that's hard to understand from our modern world, where your worst daily hazard might be stubbing your toe on a coffee table, is that in 1776, survival was a full-time job. People lived with a background hum of stress, not panic, not fear, just that low, persistent buzz of, I hope everything doesn't collapse today, because everything could collapse. A bad harvest, a small fire, an illness that swept through the house like a mild, resentful ghost, a broken tool you couldn't replace for months, a neighbor who decided your property line looked suspiciously movable. So people managed their anxiety through routine, the rhythm of chores, the predictability of chores, the repetitive comfort of chores. Work wasn't just work. It was mental scaffolding. Without it, the mind wandered too far into the scary unknown. And as any sleepy historian likes to remind us, nothing keeps worries at bay quite like knowing you still have 4 hours of laundry water to boil. Happiness, the quiet kind, not the fireworks kind. Happiness in 1776 wasn't big. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't something people wrote flowery letters about. It was subtle, small, a soft satisfaction more than a burst of joy. Moments like sitting by a fire after a long day, a good loaf of bread rising correctly, children behaving for once, a friend visiting, a letter arriving from far away, a warm blanket on a cold night, a harvest that didn't disappoint, a rare bit of free time. People didn't chase happiness. They recognized it when it drifted by quietly and let it sit for a moment before the day pulled them back into reality. There's something oddly peaceful about that, accepting joy as a visitor, not a permanent resident. The unspoken emotional rules. The emotional etiquette of 1776 was, let's call it, professionally restrained. People didn't have therapy or self-help books or TikTok life coaches telling them to find their inner lighthouse. So emotional expression was mostly controlled, contained, and occasionally shoved so far down that it developed its own real estate. Crying was private. Anger was quietly simmered. Fear was smoothed over with work. Love was expressed through actions, not words. Not because people were cold, they weren't, but because life demanded a certain emotional sturdiness. If you cried every time something went wrong, you'd run out of tears by Wednesday. Marriage. More practical, less romantic. Let's take a few minutes to drift into the emotional world of marriage in 1776. Forget modern romance. Forget candlelit dinners and soulmates and I love you text messages. Marriage back then was a partnership, a labor agreement, a survival strategy, a practical plan, and occasionally a pleasant emotional connection. People married for stability, for land, for labor, for family alliances, or for someone who could tolerate their quirks without leaving them. Romantic love did exist, don't worry, but it wasn't expected. If it happened, that was a bonus, like unexpectedly finding extra pie. Most emotional intimacy came slowly, quietly, through shared chores and late-night conversations near the hearth. Affection revealed itself in ways that now seem subtle, like carving something small as a gift, doing chores for your partner without being asked, or saving a rare treat for them, or sitting together in comfortable silence. For many couples, love appeared the way dawn does, gradually, without fanfare.
Parenthood. Equal parts love, worry, and exhaustion. If you were a parent in 1776, you lived in a constant mix of deep affection, practical necessity, and a worry so intense it could only be processed subconsciously. Childhood was precarious, illnesses were common, accidents happened, resources were limited. So parents didn't gush with emotional displays, but they cared fiercely, just in practical ways. A mother showed love by making sure clothing was mended, nursing children through illness, teaching them life skills, keeping the household running smoothly. A father showed love by building a sturdy home, working long hours, teaching trades, protecting the family's resources. It wasn't sentimental, but it was deep. Children grew up understanding affection through actions, not words. Parents might not say, "I love you," often, if at all, but they lived it with every breath. Friendships. Quiet, steady bonds. Friendships in 1776 were deep in that unspoken way where two people may never say they're close, but absolutely would shovel snow out of each other's roofs during a blizzard. People bonded through shared work, shared hardship, long walks, tavern conversations, helping during illness, watching each other's children. Friends became extended family. Communities were interwoven with subtle trust. There were fewer people in your life, but each connection mattered more. It's not that people didn't feel loneliness. They did, deeply, but they worked hard not to let anyone in their community fall too far into it. Fears. The quiet, unavoidable companions.
Every era has its anxieties. Ours involve emails, bills, and wondering if your phone is listening to you. Theirs were different. People feared illness, failed harvests, winter, fire, war, losing livestock, losing children, running out of resources, being unable to work, being alone. And yet, they didn't catastrophize aloud. They folded those fears into their routines. They prayed quietly. They hoped their luck held. Fear wasn't a dramatic intrusion. It was a quiet shadow. Always there, seldom mentioned, deeply felt. Hope, the quiet optimism that carried them. Despite everything, despite the hardships, the slow pace, the dangers, the responsibilities, people were hopeful, not loudly, not theatrically, but steadily. Hope came in forms like planting seeds each spring, mending a broken tool, saving money, marrying, building a new home, starting a shop, teaching a child to read, writing a letter and trusting it would arrive. Hope wasn't an emotion, it was a habit, renewed every day with small acts of faith in the future. And then there was the revolution, quietly in the background. It might seem surprising, but for many average Americans in 1776, the revolution wasn't a constant emotional event. It was important, yes, but it wasn't their entire mental world. People weren't pacing around thinking, "Ah, yes, democracy at dawn." No, they were thinking, "I hope the cow doesn't wander off again. We need more firewood before the storm. Please let this stew last until tomorrow." The revolution was there, in the newspapers, in tavern conversations, in letters from distant relatives. But emotionally, it sat in the background like a long-term weather forecast. Life dominated their thoughts. Life had more immediate needs. What people dreamed about. Dreams in 1776 weren't big, lofty visions of achieving grand historical importance. They were gentle, practical hopes. A good harvest, a healthy family, a sturdy home, a prosperous shop, a peaceful season, a safe return of a traveling relative, a better future for their children. Their dreams were grounded, rooted in daily life, soft, realistic, and heartfelt. In the quiet moments before sleep, these were the thoughts filling their minds, not revolutions or politics or destiny, just the quiet wish for a good tomorrow. A gentle drift toward the inner landscape. As we float out of this emotional map of 1776 America, you can feel how human everyone was. Not heroic, not legendary, just deeply, beautifully ordinary. Their world was harder than ours, but their feelings weren't. They loved, doubted, feared, hoped, and endured, just like we do. Only slower, quieter, softer. And now we're ready to drift again, into part 7, where we'll slide into the world of Native Americans in 1776, calmly, respectfully, and with the gentle observational tone we've carried so far. But for now, rest a moment. Let the candle flicker. Let the past settle around you like a warm blanket.
Hey again, and welcome back. If you've made it all the way to part 7, congratulations! You're now officially more informed about 1776 America than at least half the delegates who actually lived through it. So, let's gently float onward, slow, steady, and just a little sarcastic. Let's ease back into the colonies, this time shifting toward the one thing Americans loved almost as much as land: grievances. And trust me, 1776 was basically one long, polite but firm, "I am absolutely not paying that tax, thank you." The gentle grumbling of 1776 economies. The economic world of 1776 America was, let's say, fragile. Not collapsing in flames, fragile, but more like held together with twine, IOUs, and some guy named Ezekiel who swears he'll pay you next harvest. Paper money was a joke. The Continental Congress printed it by the wagon load, which made sense at the time. Paper is easy, and gold is, gold. And of course, when you print too much money, the universe responds with inflation. Nice and predictable. And inflation did happen. Prices drifted upward in that slow, dreamy way that almost fits the bedtime vibe, unless you are a farmer whose wheat now cost more to harvest than to sell. Most transactions still happen through bartering. You wanted shoes, you traded grain. You wanted grain, you traded labor. You wanted labor, you probably had to promise someone help with a barn raising later, which wasn't ideal unless you liked splinters and group work. It created a culture where everyone owed everyone else something, a perfect, cozy little circle of mutual inconvenience. Town life where everyone knew everyone a little too well. In 1776, towns were small, like you can hear your neighbor sneeze from inside your house, small. Town gossip wasn't just entertainment, it was currency. And people monitored each other with the intensity of a modern HOA, except with fewer fences and more livestock wandering freely. Imagine a place where everyone knows exactly how much flour you bought last month, everyone knows if you missed church twice in a row, and everyone definitely knows if you married your second cousin again. News traveled fast, too. Not because of newspapers, those were slow, but because Martha, who walked 2 miles to the mill and transmitted intelligence like a one-woman telegraph line. Most towns had a tavern at the center, and that tavern wasn't just for drinking, it was the news hub, the post office, the courthouse overflow lobby, the "I need to vent about the British again" center, and occasionally the place where someone loudly declared their loyalty to the king and then immediately regretted it. You can imagine the vibe. What people actually wore, hint, everything was itchy. Clothing in 1776 followed one strict rule: wear everything you own because laundry was a nightmare. Even in summer, people wore linen shirts, wool coats, stockings, boots, layers upon layers of fabric that held heat like a historical slow cooker. And yes, wool. Always wool. Wool that had texture, wool that could probably stand upright on its own. Men looked pretty uniform: breeches, waistcoat, shirt. There was no such thing as casual wear. Your options were formal, less formal, and still formal, but this is the best I can do because it's July and everything is melting.
Healthcare, where hope was the primary treatment. Medicine in 1776 America was essentially herbs, rum, bleeding, and reasonable amounts of prayer. Doctors, if you could call them that, had training that ranged from London educated to I read 2 pamphlets and own a saw. And to be fair, the saw was for amputations, which were done quickly, with enthusiasm, and with an approach to pain management that we'll generously describe as casual. If you had a fever, they'd bleed you. If you were weak, they'd bleed you. If you had a headache, they'd recommend rest and then bleed you. Because why not double down? Dental care was even more soothing. Teeth were pulled with pliers, and anesthesia was, well, more rum. Children learned early that sweets had consequences, mostly involving force and a man with strong forearms. Religion in 1776 America was the real social network. Religion shaped daily life more than anything else. It was your weekly event, your social circle, your moral instruction, and honestly, your entertainment. You didn't go to church because you were devout. You went because if you didn't, someone would knock on your door and ask why. Even the founding fathers, who weren't especially religious, still knew the drill. Appear at church, sit quietly, look pious enough to avoid questions. Sermons could last hours, delivered in a monotone that would put even this history video to shame. Preachers spoke slowly, with long pauses, allowing people to drift off like it was the original ASMR channel. But religion didn't divide people as much as you'd think. In the colonies, you mostly tolerated each other unless someone insisted they were right about everything, at which point everyone quietly judged them during potluck dinners. Slavery, the dark thread running through 1776. We can't float through 1776 without acknowledging one of its most painful realities. Slavery was everywhere. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just present, constant, normalized, woven into farms, cities, and households. The economy depended on enslaved labor, and the hypocrisy of declaring all men are created equal while maintaining human bondage was not lost on anyone with functioning eyes. But in 1776, people had a remarkable ability to ignore contradictions if they benefited from them. So the contradiction just floated there, quiet, awful, and accepted. Even in northern towns, slavery still existed, just on a smaller scale. And even where it was illegal or fading, people were still invested in the economic systems built around it. It's heavy, but it's real, and it's part of the landscape of America's birth, messy and morally tangled from the start. The colonial personality, practical, suspicious, and weirdly optimistic. When you look at Americans in 1776 as a group, a few traits come into view. They were practical. They built what they needed. If they didn't have it, they improvised. If improvising didn't work, they pretended it did and hoped no one noticed. They were suspicious, especially of taxes, outsiders, royal officials, and anyone whose wig looked too expensive. They were community-oriented, but only within limits. Your neighbors were essential for survival, but also slightly annoying, and also likely to borrow your tools and forget to return them. And finally, they were optimistic in a stubborn way. Even when things were bad, like actually bad, they still believed that with enough work, the next season would be better. The attitude was basically, sure, life is difficult, but maybe tomorrow will be less terrible if I plant more corn. Homes. Comfortable, but in a drafty wooden kind of way. Colonial houses weren't the cozy, rustic cottages people imagine. They were small, dark, drafty, loud, and full of creaks that could wake the dead. Beds were stuffed with straw. Windows were small because glass was expensive. Roofs were prone to leaking, and fireplaces were the center of everything, even in summer, because without them, your home was essentially a refrigerator. You didn't decorate for style, you decorated for survival. Hooks, tools, crates, barrels, practical items doubled as interior design. It wasn't ugly, but it was definitely purposeful. Entertainment. Yes, people actually had fun. Even in 1776, people needed fun. It wasn't all farming and letters to King George. Entertainment included singing, dancing, drinking, mostly drinking, storytelling, board games, endless card games, and occasionally watching someone attempt to ride a horse they clearly couldn't control. And because the world had no screens, people could spend 3 hours watching a sunset and consider it a productive evening. Let's drift toward the frontier. Now that we've explored towns, clothes, faith, medicine, and the general vibe of 1776 society, let's gently drift toward the frontier. Not the Wild West, that comes much later. The frontier of 1776 was quieter, less glamorous, and filled with more mosquitoes than cowboys. It was a vast space full of potential, fear, tension, and hope. A place where settlers, native nations, traders, fur trappers, and soldiers all existed in a complicated, fragile balance. And in Part 8, we'll drift deeper into that world, slowly, calmly, like a canoe moving down a river that doesn't particularly care where you're going.
Welcome back. Settle in again. Loosen your jaw. Maybe tilt your head on the pillow. Because for Part 8, we're drifting, slowly, into the American frontier of 1776. A place that was quiet, wide, and about as predictable as a raccoon in a pantry. If the towns and coastal colonies felt cramped and nosy, the frontier was the opposite. Open, vast, unfinished, like a half-loaded video game map before the textures render in. It stretched from the Appalachian Mountains to the Mississippi River, a space full of forests so thick that sunlight had to file a formal request to get through. The frontier vibe, mostly trees, some rivers, many uncertainties. If you lived on the 1776 frontier, your daily routine was basically wake up, look at trees, do chores, see more trees, wonder if that noise was a bear or just the wind, decide it doesn't matter, return to chores, end the day by staring thoughtfully at, yes, even more trees. It was a quiet life in the way that quiet also includes the sounds of wolves howling, owls shrieking, and the occasional creek cracking ominously at night. Settlers lived in log cabins built with enthusiasm, ambition, and questionable carpentry skills. Some were actually sturdy. Others looked like they would collapse if someone sneezed too aggressively. But people loved the frontier because it meant space, freedom, room to plant crops without your neighbor raising an eyebrow, or worse, borrowing your tools indefinitely. A land full of nations, Native America before the West was wild. One of the biggest misunderstandings about the 1776 frontier is the idea that it was empty. It absolutely wasn't. The frontier was already settled, just not by the colonists. It was home to dozens of native nations, each with its own political systems, diplomacy networks, trade relationships, and territories. Their societies were complex. Their diplomacy was organized. Their economies were deeply connected to trade routes that existed long before Europeans showed up and said, "Ah, yes, I claim this now because my map is empty." And because the colonial world was doing its dramatic breakup with Britain in 1776, native nations had to navigate this massive political shift, calmly watching two groups argue across a table while quietly thinking, Neither of you live here. Frontier families, practical, tired, and slightly stubborn. Most frontier families weren't adventurers. They were tired. Just regular people who wanted land, food, and slightly fewer taxes. The lifestyle required hard work, constant repair work, more hard work, patient optimism, and extremely resilient ankles. Life was labor, sunrise to sunset, cutting timber, planting fields, hauling water, fixing fences that broke whenever a cow felt rebellious. The days were long, the nights were long. Everything was long. Imagine spending all day clearing a field, only for a storm to wipe it out in 10 minutes. And instead of panicking, the 1776 settler reaction was usually, well, guess I'll start again tomorrow. Frontier stoicism wasn't a philosophy, it was survival. Diet on the edge of civilization, simple and slightly repetitive. Frontier meals weren't glamorous, they were dependable. Think cornbread, salt pork, beans, more corn, venison when you got lucky, whatever was hanging around in the root cellar. Meals were built around what you grew, trapped, or traded. And spices? No. Your seasoning was heat or no heat. Stores didn't carry much either. Flour, sugar, nails, gunpowder, maybe some cloth. Everything else you produced yourself or did without. There weren't restaurants, but there weren't neighbors who cooked big meals when a family needed help. Community mattered, because on the frontier, if your barn caught fire and you didn't have friends, well, you just didn't have a barn anymore. Frontier economy, a messy blend of trade and barter. The frontier economy was an ecosystem where currency took a back seat, and everything revolved around trade. You wanted leather? Trade grain. You wanted iron tools? Trade hides. You wanted a better plow? Promise to help your neighbor build his cabin next season, and maybe throw in a chicken. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Fur traders were the main middlemen, creating networks between native nations and settlers. These traders were the types of people who could throw an axe, speak 3 languages, survive a winter alone, and probably had a beard that deserved its own postal address. Roads, or technically, paths that pretended to be roads. Travel on the frontier was slow, painfully slow, on horseback or on foot, wagon wheels breaking every 20 minutes. The roads were basically dirt, roots, mud, and hopes and dreams. When it rained, the roads became swamps. When it snowed, the roads became traps. And in summer, well, you still sunk in the mud sometimes. It was all very consistent. Many families stayed put for months at a time without seeing another adult. You lived in a bubble of land, crops, chores, and buzzing insects. Forts, or technically the not exciting kind, but the please don't burn down kind. Across the frontier, the British built small wooden forts to house soldiers, store supplies, and establish authority. These forts had big names: Fort Pitt, Fort Detroit, Fort Michilimackinac. But the actual buildings were usually just log stockades with damp barracks. Inside, soldiers lived in close quarters with no privacy, limited heat, damp floors, and food that made hardtack look gourmet. Being stationed on the frontier was not considered career advancement. It was considered imprisonment. And after the revolution began, control of these forts became complicated, contested, and occasionally confusing, even for the people guarding them. Frontier mentality, a mixture of courage, confusion, and pure stubbornness. The people who thrived on the frontier had a very specific personality type. Practical minds, high tolerance for discomfort, low tolerance for nonsense, and a surprising ability to build a barn with just 3 tools and optimism. They weren't reckless, they weren't wild, they were deliberate, stable, and extremely reluctant to travel unless necessary. If a frontier settler told you something would take a short walk, you could assume it meant an hour. If they said the winter wasn't bad this year, it probably involved at least one near-death experience. These people were calm in a way that modern life doesn't quite encourage anymore.
Meanwhile, back east, people arguing about independence. While frontier families were dealing with bears, broken fences, and the yearly corn harvest, coastal politicians were writing long documents about liberty. The contrast was stark. Frontier settlers didn't have the mental bandwidth for political theory. They cared about prices, land boundaries, safety, weather, and whether this year's corn crop would behave itself. The revolution mattered, but daily life mattered more. If the Continental Congress wrote a new resolution, that didn't fix the hole in your roof. This wasn't apathy, just practicality. Let's drift even deeper. The frontier wasn't just a place. It was a mood, a presence, something that shaped early American identity far more than tea, taxes, or powdered wigs ever did. Wide land, quiet nights, communities scattered across millions of acres, millions of stories playing out in isolation. And as we keep drifting through 1776, our next step is to zoom out a bit into the cultures, languages, and rhythms of the native nations themselves. Because while the colonies were building a new political experiment, the indigenous world was navigating a much older reality. One far more organized, diplomatic, and interconnected than most Americans today realize.
Welcome back. Part 9. Take a slow breath, let your shoulders drop, and let's gently slip into a world that was already ancient in 1776, long before colonial maps, powdered wigs, or the word America meant anything outside of a few European cities with mediocre cartographers. Because while the colonies were holding meetings, drafting declarations, and arguing over taxes, the indigenous world of North America was old, complex, and, ironically, far more politically stable than anything happening in Philadelphia. So let's drift there now. A continent of nations, not tribes. One of the biggest myths about 1776 America is the idea that native peoples lived in a series of scattered villages with no broader structure. But the truth? They had federations, confederacies, diplomatic alliances, trade networks, military coalitions, and complex legal systems. The continent wasn't a blank canvas, it was a political mosaic. In 1776, Europeans were still trying to decode how native diplomacy worked. Meanwhile, native leaders were quietly thinking, "We have been doing this for centuries, please keep up." The Haudenosaunee Confederacy, a political machine. If the colonies were a messy family reunion, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy was the organized side of the family, the one that arrives early, brings charts, and knows exactly where the silverware goes. It consisted of Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora, who joined later. These nations weren't loosely related. They were a unified political body with a shared council, codified laws, a constitution known as the Great Law of Peace, delegates who met to debate and decide issues, ceremonial protocols that made Congress look chaotic. They had the kind of political structure that Europeans stared at for years trying to copy, then pretended they invented later. Many scholars even argue that aspects of the U.S. Constitution echo Haudenosaunee political thought, which says more about indigenous governance than it does about Europe's creativity. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy was powerful in 1776, influential, respected, and strategically located between British and colonial forces, who both wanted their support. You can imagine the Confederacy's reaction. "Ah, two neighbors fighting again. Lovely. We'll be over here, thinking carefully for 6 months." The Cherokee Nation. Adaptable, diplomatic, and tired of everyone's drama. Farther south, the Cherokee Nation controlled a vast territory across modern Tennessee, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Their society was matrilineal, town-based, politically flexible, and economically specialized. Cherokee towns had distinct identities. Some were peace towns, some were war towns, some were ceremonial centers, and some were basically the 18th century equivalent of that place where everyone gossips and nothing stays a secret. Cherokee diplomacy was legendary. They dealt with the British, the French, the Spanish, the colonies, and other native nations, constantly balancing competing interests like a family juggling too many group chats at once. But by 1776, they were also exhausted. The encroaching settlers, the broken treaties, the endless fence building, it all created tension that simmered quietly under daily life. The Shawnee, mobile, united, and perpetually interrupted. The Shawnee were known across the continent as fierce negotiators, skilled hunters, tactical thinkers, and extremely patient with colonial nonsense. Shawnee lands in the Ohio Valley weren't empty wilderness. They were a carefully managed space of seasonal villages, hunting zones, and trade routes. But settlers kept leaking across the Appalachian Mountains like a slow, unwelcome drip. The Shawnee saw it happening, reported it, protested it, negotiated about it, and still watched the drip continue. By 1776, that drip had turned into a steady stream, and the Shawnee reaction was basically, "We were very clear about this, very clear." The Creek or Muskogee world, a web of towns and politics. Further south, the Creek Confederacy was a collection of towns, or Italwa, connected by kinship, tradition, and mutual defense. Each town had a council, a leader, its own identity, its own responsibilities, and a surprising tolerance for long, complicated meetings. Their political system was decentralized but cohesive, like a group project where everyone actually does the assigned work. And they had a quiet strategy in 1776. Stay balanced, stay neutral when possible, and avoid getting pulled into European fights unless absolutely necessary. Given the state of colonial politics, this was wise. The Plains Nations, a world in motion. By 1776, some Plains nations, like the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Comanche, were rising in power due to the adoption of horses, which transformed everything. Horses weren't just animals. They were transportation, wealth, military advantage, social status, and the frontier equivalent of having good Wi-Fi. With horses, the Plains world expanded. Mobility increased, buffalo hunting became more efficient, and political boundaries shifted in slow, sweeping waves. But in 1776, these nations weren't yet part of the American Revolution story. They were watching from afar, concerned with their own dynamics, unaware that in about a century, the U.S. would begin its westward push. For now, they existed in their own rhythm, far from the sound of colonial arguments.
Native diplomacy in 1776 was impressive. Meetings could last days, weeks, sometimes longer. Talk first, consider second, reply third, then talk again. It was slow,
deliberate, measured, and deeply rooted in tradition. Meanwhile, European negotiators, who were used to quick deals and written contracts, often got impatient, which only made native diplomats slower, because haste was considered a sign of weakness. If this were a movie scene, the native delegation would be sitting calmly in silence while the Europeans nervously adjusted their wigs. Languages, a continent full of words. North America in 1776 wasn't just multilingual, it was linguistically alive. Hundreds of languages, families of languages, dialect chains, regional variations, trade jargon, ceremonial vocabulary. A world where communication was an art, not an assumption. Many native nations were multilingual by necessity. People learned the languages of neighbors, allies, enemies, and trade partners. Meanwhile, most colonists could barely manage English with consistent spelling. It was a mismatch. Trade networks, older than anything in Europe. North America had established trade routes long before Europeans arrived. Copper from the Great Lakes appeared in the southeast. Shell beads from the Atlantic traveled inland. Obsidian from the Rockies ended up in the Midwest. Trade wasn't just economic, it was social, diplomatic, ceremonial. Gifts mattered, relationships mattered, balance mattered, and the system worked because everyone understood the rules, except occasionally the Europeans, who interpreted gift as free stuff instead of beginning of a formal relationship you now must reciprocate forever. Awkward. Spirituality, tied to land, seasons, and community. Native religions were not distant or abstract. They were woven into daily life. Spirituality was part of hunting, farming, weather patterns, family structures, ceremonies, treaties, architecture, movement across land. Everything connected, everything had place and purpose. European observers, used to church pews and powdered sermons, often misunderstood this world entirely, thinking it was simple when in fact it was intricate and interwoven. The indigenous view of 1776 events: a lot of sighing. As the colonies in Britain fought, native nations reacted with what we can politely describe as restrained irritation. The general attitude was, "Interesting conflict, not ours, please leave us out of it, also stop trespassing." But of course, both sides wanted native allies. The British offered guns, the colonists offered land, which, let's be honest, wasn't really theirs to offer. Both sides promised respect. Both sides broke promises quickly. Native leaders had to choose carefully. Some supported Britain, some supported the colonies, some stayed neutral, some switched alliances when necessary, some avoided the entire situation until war hit their doorstep. It wasn't passive, it was strategic. A continent at a crossroads. So in 1776, while the Founding Fathers debated independence in a warm room with ink and quills, the indigenous world was also making decisions. Quietly, carefully, with centuries of political experience. The revolution was a storm affecting them, but they weren't part of the thundercloud. They were the older, deeper forest beneath it, weathering changes that would reshape the continent. And as we move on, we're going to leave the forests and native nations for a moment and drift back toward the towns and revolutionary politics. Because in the next part, we'll slide back into the daily life of the Continental Army, the ragtag group that was trying to hold the colonies together while wearing coats that didn't match and marching on shoes that barely existed.
Hey again, and welcome back. Just settle in, breathe a little, and let's drift into the final stretch of this slow-moving walk through 1776 America. Nothing too sharp, nothing too intense, just a gentle float across a society that was, well, uneven, kind of sleepy on the surface and deeply chaotic underneath, the way oatmeal looks calm even while it bubbles at the bottom. So let's ease our way into this last part, a mellow look at how people fit together, or didn't, in the young, rebellious colonies. The very awkward social pyramid. Life in 1776 America wasn't exactly egalitarian. People like to pretend it was, but yeah, not quite. At the top sat the elite. Lawyers, merchants, plantation owners, and anyone who owned both a library and at least 5 wigs. These were the people who wrote long letters about liberty while sipping Madeira wine that cost more than a typical farmer made in a month. Just below them were the middling folk. These were artisans, shopkeepers, mechanics, and farmers who owned enough land to not feel miserable. This group made up the backbone of the colonies, and they were kind of proud of that. They liked to think they were the spicy revolutionary class, though mostly they complained about taxes and argued about fences. Below them were laborers, apprentices, tenant farmers, servants, enslaved people, and anyone without stable shoes. They did most of the physical work. They made the economy function. They also heard a lot of speeches about freedom that to them probably sounded like someone bragging about how great their new house is while you're living in a barn. And of course, at the absolute bottom, the foundation that the entire colonial system rested on, were enslaved Africans and African Americans, whose labor was extracted with cruelty so normalized that many colonists didn't even blink at it. It was just the system. The same way some people think dishwashers magically load themselves. If you were enslaved, your daily routine was rigid, exhausting, and controlled by other people's whims. You didn't get holidays unless someone else wanted to feel generous. You didn't get rest unless your body literally gave out. And you definitely didn't get included in any discussions about unalienable rights, even though the whole unalienable part should have been a pretty solid hint. The colonies weren't built on equality. They were built on contradictions so large you could ride a horse straight through them. But let's drift up a bit, float to where people actually lived and interacted.
Gender roles, a very stiff set of expectations. Men in 1776 were expected to be independent, capable, literate, and politically minded, which sounds noble until you realize half of them still kept their important documents in random piles and forgot where their own tools were. Women handled the household, which sounds simple until you consider the fact that a colonial household was basically a small, underfunded business. Women spun thread, wove fabric, cooked for hours, preserved food, made candles, raised children, taught children, took care of the sick, mended clothing, made soap, tended gardens, and occasionally acted as unofficial nurses, pharmacists, therapists, and accountants. People like to say women were not involved in politics, but they absolutely were, just in the background, quietly, strategically, because someone had to remind their husbands not to ruin their lives
and men in 1776 were very good at making questionable decisions. But women couldn't vote, couldn't attend most formal political meetings, and legally, a married woman's property belonged to her husband. The system essentially said, you handle everything, but also, none of this counts. Still, many women found ways to shape their communities. They organized boycotts, they spread information, they kept homes running during wartime, and they taught the next generation how to read, behave, and not fall into wells. Honestly, that last one was a full-time job. Religion, the quiet force shaping daily life. Religion was everywhere. Not in a dramatic way, more like a soft background hum the colonies never turned off. Most communities were Protestant, but not all Protestant denominations agreed on, well, anything. Some liked strict discipline, some liked emotional sermons, some preferred quiet stoic worship where you sat for 2 hours without moving. Puritans in New England were still hanging on to their life is serious worldview. Not quite as strict as earlier generations, but still very into rules. Church attendance wasn't always mandatory, but it was definitely expected, like wearing deodorant today. The middle colonies were more diverse. Anglicans, Quakers, Lutherans, Dutch Reformed folks, and people who just quietly minded their own spiritual business. The South leaned heavily Anglican. Church was social, a place to see and be seen. Imagine a Sunday morning fashion show built entirely around wigs and high expectations. But religion wasn't just a personal matter. It shaped laws, it shaped schools, it shaped how people talked, worked, and structured their days. Even people who weren't terribly religious still lived inside a religious culture. Everyone had opinions about sermons, even the people who didn't listen to them. Education, a patchwork of possibilities. There was no nationwide school system. Nothing was standardized. Your education depended on where you lived, your family's money, your gender, and whether anyone had time to teach you. New England had town schools, thanks to Puritan tradition. Kids learned reading, writing, basic math, and how to behave so they wouldn't grow up to embarrass their families. In the middle and southern colonies, schooling was more scattered. Some kids had tutors, some went to small private academies, some were taught at home. Some learned nothing except how to plant tobacco and avoid snakes. And girls often learned the essentials: reading, sewing, household management, and whatever skills their families valued. A few attended finishing schools where they learned things like French pronunciation and how to sit gracefully for long periods without fainting. But books were popular. Even people who could barely read owned at least one religious text. Newspapers were everywhere. Pamphlets flew around like 18th century memes. Literacy rates were surprisingly high. People like to argue, and arguing is easier when you can read what you're arguing about. Entertainment, the relaxed, low-budget version. Life in 1776 didn't come with Netflix, obviously, but people still found things to do. Families played games like drafts, card games, 9-pins, and who can guess how old this chicken is? They danced, they told stories by candlelight, they held barn parties, they attended fairs where the entertainment was something extremely thrilling like watching a man juggle 3 objects very slowly. If you were wealthy, you might attend a theater performance in a city. But theater was controversial in some regions. Some Christians thought it encouraged laziness and immorality, which was funny because the average colonial tavern did far more to encourage immorality than a polite evening of Shakespeare. People also loved outdoor recreation: hunting, fishing, walking, ice skating, and horse races. Not for exercise, just for the vibe. Letters were another form of entertainment. People wrote them like mini novels, sometimes long enough to feel like the writer forgot they were writing a letter at all. And music? Oh, music was everywhere. Fiddles, flutes, harpsichords if you were fancy, singing at home, singing at church, singing while working. Even people who couldn't carry a tune insisted on trying. Family life? A mix of love, labor, and constant noise. Colonial families were big, not because people wanted 12 children, but because children helped keep the household functioning. Also because infant mortality meant not all children survived, which created its own quiet layer of grief woven into everyday life. Homes were small. Privacy was almost non-existent. Everyone slept near everyone else. The soundscape was a chaotic blend of snoring, babies crying, fires crackling, and someone complaining about the cold. But families were close, tightly knit. You needed each other. Life required teamwork, from farming to cooking to making sure a toddler didn't wander into a pond. Marriage was practical. Romantic love existed, but stability mattered more. And people married young. You didn't wait until your late 20s unless something unusual happened, like your inheritance being complicated or your hairstyle taking longer than expected. Widowhood was common, and remarriage even more common. People needed partners to survive. It wasn't sentimental, it was survival math. The persistent fear of nature. Let's drift for a moment into something people rarely talk about. Nature in 1776 was big, uncontrolled, a little terrifying. You respected it the same way you respect a neighbor's dog that might bite you. Forests were massive, dark, unmapped. You didn't wander into them without a plan. Animals were unpredictable. Rivers flooded. Storms destroyed houses. And winter? Well, winter was actually dark. Like, really dark. The kind of dark where you hear one strange noise and think, ah yes, that's definitely a demon, or at least a raccoon with malicious intent. People lived close to the land. Season rhythms shaped everything. When you planted, cooked, preserved food, traveled, and even when you got married. Nature wasn't peaceful, but it wasn't the enemy either. It was simply always there, a constant reminder that your life depended on forces you couldn't control. The slow rhythm of time. Maybe the biggest difference between 1776 and today is the pace. Days were slow, work was long, travel took forever. News crawled along like a snail's pace. People didn't rush unless something was on fire, and even then, they moved with a kind of exhausted resignation. Waiting was normal. Patience was part of life. You couldn't fast forward anything. The world moved gently, like a rocking chair, like a tide coming in, like a candle flame flickering just enough to remind you it's alive. In that slowness, people found meaning in small things: a quiet meal, a story shared, a good harvest, a warm drink, a letter arriving from somewhere far away. That was America in 1776. Not just a country in rebellion, but a country living in a rhythm that feels almost dreamlike now. Soft, steady, human, imperfect, trying, becoming. And that's where we'll let this evening settle, in that quiet, slow heartbeat of a world on the edge of transformation.
Welcome back. Stretch out a little. Adjust your blanket if you need to, because part 11 is going to be about the small, mundane, quietly fascinating details that made up daily life in 1776. The things you might overlook, but which tell you the most about how people actually lived. Kitchens, the heartbeat of the house. Colonial kitchens were busy, loud, and sometimes a little smoky. Not in a romantic, cozy way, more like this is where food, heat, and chaos collided. Cooking was hard work. Fires were built in large hearths that filled the room with smoke unless someone had a sense of timing and patience, or a chimney that actually worked, which was rare. Pots were iron,
Cooking utensils were simple but effective. You stirred soups, boiled grains, baked breads, and roasted meats for hours. And every meal, no matter how humble, required constant attention. There wasn't a microwave, no pressure cooker, just you, the fire, and the unspoken threat of undercooked beans. And of course, kitchens were social spaces. Everyone congregated there to talk, gossip, and watch the work. A place where chores and conversation existed side by side, endlessly. Food preservation, a matter of life and sleep. Without refrigerators, people had to preserve their food for months, and they did it creatively. Smoking meats, salting fish, pickling vegetables, storing grains in barrels, root cellars full of potatoes and turnips. You learned to accept that some of it might go bad anyway. It was part of life, and the occasional moldy loaf was just another lesson in patience and humility. Food defined the seasons. You ate what was available when it was available and appreciated it more because it wouldn't last long. Every meal was both temporary and essential. Tools, the backbone of survival. A colonial home, even a small one, was full of tools. Axes, hammers, knives, shovels, spinning wheels, pots, buckets, churns, scythes. Every object had a purpose. Every object demanded care. A broken axe or dull knife could ruin your day or your month. And most people had to make do with what they had. No Amazon deliveries, no hardware store a mile away. Every tool was precious. Every tool was valued. Water, a precious commodity. Access to water was not trivial. You couldn't just turn on a tap. You walked to a well, a spring, or a river. You hauled it back, and you made sure none of it was wasted. Water was used for cooking, cleaning, drinking, laundry, and animals. You got creative. Buckets were reused, boiling was common to ensure safety, rainwater collection wasn't unusual. Water shaped your daily routine, and you became intimately familiar with its quirks: muddy springs, frozen wells, and streams that moved when they felt like it. Personal hygiene, a gentle struggle. Colonial hygiene was, let's say, rudimentary. Baths were rare. Washing hands and faces daily wasn't always practical. People used basins, cloths, and lye soap. Washing clothes was a full-day labor. And hair? Well, hair was brushed, sometimes powdered, and occasionally left alone. Teeth were brushed with cloths, sometimes with chalk or herbs. Dental care was, predictably, not great. Still, people did what they could. Hygiene was pragmatic, not aesthetic. Clean enough to function and avoid disease. Beyond that, life was too busy for perfection. Lighting. Candles, oil, and the gentle darkness. Evenings in 1776 were softly illuminated by candles, oil lamps, and fireplaces. It wasn't bright, it wasn't glamorous. It was gentle, warm, and kind of dreamy. People adapted their activities to dim light. Reading was slower, needlework required patience, meals felt more intimate, and stories told by firelight carried an extra weight of calm, quiet mystery. The nights were long. The darkness was part of life. You learned to move carefully and think calmly.
Social visits, a formal kind of relaxation. Visiting neighbors was a ritual, not casual, not quick. Proper visits involved announcing your arrival, bringing a gift, sitting politely, engaging in conversation for at least an hour or two, and leaving gracefully. It was social training, a gentle way to maintain community cohesion and an exercise in patience. People measured politeness carefully. Failing to bring news, tea, or a small token could be considered rude. Arriving too early or too late disrupted the flow. And yes, you could easily be trapped in a conversation about someone's cow for the better part of an afternoon. Colonial etiquette was subtle, slow, and endlessly persistent. Letters and communication, the original long-form social media. Letters were everywhere. People wrote letters because face-to-face meetings weren't always practical. Letters weren't just informative, they were carefully composed social instruments. Updates on crops, local gossip, political commentary, family news, requests for help or advice. Writing was both practical and social. Every word was deliberate. Every letter traveled slowly, sometimes weeks or months to reach the recipient. Receiving a letter was a moment of quiet joy. You could reread it, savor it, and feel connected despite distance. Leisure, art, and music. Art wasn't just painting, it was practical. Carving, embroidery, weaving and household decoration. Every artistic expression had utility and beauty. Music was common. Fiddles, flutes, drums, and harpsichords filled homes and community spaces. People sang songs for entertainment, communication, and tradition. Dances were social events that connected families and communities. Games were simple but engaging. Card games, board games, dice, and physical contests. Even simple games were infused with social etiquette and long-term observation of skill. People found calm in creativity, rhythm, and repetition. Medicine. Gentle remedies, curious beliefs. Medicine in 1776 America was slow, cautious, and occasionally absurd. Doctors used herbs, poultices, bleeding, and prayers. Every cure required patience. Every symptom was observed carefully. People relied on home remedies first. Chamomile for upset stomachs, willow bark for fevers, honey for wounds. Some practices seem strange now, but people treated them with care, hoping for relief, not drama. A day in 1776 America. Slowly, slowly. If we combine all these details, a typical day might look like this. Wake before sunrise, feed animals, prepare breakfast, tend crops or workshop, visit neighbors, handle errands or letters, lunch, more work, collect firewood, prepare dinner, socialize in the kitchen or at the fire, evening reading, sewing, music or storytelling, bed before the house becomes too cold. Everything was deliberate. Everything was slow. Nothing was wasted. Life in 1776 wasn't glamorous. It wasn't fast. It was quiet, persistent, and deeply human.
Welcome back. Settle down, let your eyes half close, and let's drift into part 12. This is where 1776 America, the slow, deliberate, everyday world we've been floating through, starts feeling the quiet pressure of something bigger. Revolution. Not loud fireworks yet, not full-on chaos, but subtle tension, whispers, and the soft, constant hum of change. The Continental Congress, the place where ideas got long. In the distant cities, mostly Philadelphia, delegates gathered in the Continental Congress. They weren't glamorous. They weren't even always on time. Many were nervous, pedantic, or constantly squabbling. Their work? Drafting petitions, resolutions, and letters to kings they weren't terribly sure they respected anymore. Debating ideas like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, while dressed in layers of wool and linen that probably made them sweat through their rhetoric. Meetings were long, arguments were longer, and everyone had a slightly different interpretation of liberty, taxation, and which king or no king they preferred. Meanwhile, their decisions trickled down slowly to the everyday colonies. A farmer in Massachusetts might hear about a resolution weeks later, probably from a neighbor who had attended a tavern discussion, and think, well, that sounds fine. Now, do I have to plant my corn differently? The revolution existed in the minds of some, in the letters of others, and as a vague, looming cloud over daily chores. Militias, a mix of civilians and reluctant soldiers. Most colonists weren't professional soldiers. They were farmers, artisans, shopkeepers, and generally very reluctant warriors. Local militias existed for emergencies, like defending towns or villages from raids. These groups trained irregularly, sometimes memorized drills, sometimes just waved muskets around for fun, and occasionally tried to march in formation, usually failing comically. They wore clothing they already owned, carried personal firearms, and often brought their families along because babysitting services didn't exist. The malicious mood was consistent. Duty first, uncertainty always, and mild irritation at orders that didn't make sense. Yet they mattered, because when the moment came, these citizen soldiers would be the first to respond, slow-footed but determined. Propaganda and pamphlets, the Revolutionary Whisper Campaign. Even in 1776, people loved gossip, and the revolutionaries realized that the printed word could turn gossip into something more organized. Pamphlets spread ideas about independence, taxes, and tyranny. Some were persuasive, some were less so. Some were outright bizarre, written in such dramatic language that you could feel faintly overwhelmed just reading them aloud. Common folks read these pamphlets over breakfast, by the fire, or in the tavern. They didn't always agree with every argument, but the words seeded ideas, subtle doubts, and quiet discussions in every household. British soldiers, distant threats, close tensions. British troops existed mostly along the coast and in a few garrison towns. They were disciplined, well-supplied, and endlessly formal. To colonists, they were both familiar and alien. They spoke the same language, but they wore red coats and stood very straight. They enforced laws, collected taxes, and occasionally stared at you in a way that said, "Yes, we are the government. No, your corn doesn't matter." In rural areas, British soldiers were mostly rumor. Stories about soldiers, confiscated supplies, and strict rules drifted slowly inland. Settlers heard these stories and thought, probably fine, unless the redcoats actually come this way. The threat existed, but it was far enough that people could focus on daily life while still feeling a quiet unease. The quiet anxiety of war, background noise. For most Americans, 1776 wasn't about battles yet. It was about preparation, speculation, and mild anxiety. Families discussed, should we join the militia? Do we have enough food for winter? Who will manage the farm if father leaves for duty? What's happening in Boston again? Children noticed the tension, but mostly continued with chores, games, and lessons. Animals didn't care about politics, which probably made life feel steadier. The land remained stubbornly consistent. Fields grew, rivers flowed, and seasons changed whether anyone declared independence or not. Town meetings, small sparks of democracy. Even before the formal declaration, towns held meetings to discuss local concerns, taxes, road maintenance, defense, and enforcement of new regulations. People argued, they shouted, they made lists, and sometimes, after much debate, they politely agreed to disagree.
These gatherings were exercises in communal decision-making, slow, deliberate, and full of people who cared deeply about what affected their patch of the world. And over time, the tone of these discussions began to include more revolutionary ideas, gradually introducing the notion that maybe, just maybe, distant kings and parliaments weren't necessary. Daily life under political pressure. The revolution wasn't a sudden event for most people. It crept in slowly, a shadow across the fields, a whisper at the kitchen table, a pamphlet left on a bench. People adapted. Farmers continued planting and harvesting. Craftsmen kept producing goods. Women maintained households and networks. Families worried quietly about rumors, debts, and supply shortages. Life didn't stop. It continued, measured and rhythmic, even as the political world shifted around it. And that contrast, slow domestic life versus the brewing revolutionary storm, gave 1776 America a surreal calm, a sense that everything was both normal and fragile at the same time. Letters from the front, the human side of politics. When letters arrived from the soldiers or from distant relatives involved in politics, they were carefully read. Dear cousin, things are unsettled. We may see action soon. Please tend the farm and the children. Also, could someone fix the roof? It leaks again. Letters often contained practical advice, personal reflections, and mild warnings. They reminded people that politics wasn't an abstract thing. It was happening to real humans with muddy shoes and aching backs. A society balanced on routine. Despite the growing revolution, life stayed remarkably structured. Sunrise, chores. Midday, work. Evening, socialization. Night, rest. Even as pamphlets stirred minds and rumors created unease, the rhythm of daily life anchored people. They walked slowly. They ate slowly. They debated slowly, and in the quiet of night, they dreamed slowly, unaware of exactly how much would change in the coming months.
A gentle perspective on change. It's worth noting that in 1776, change was happening slowly, unevenly, and quietly for most people. The Declaration of Independence, the battles, the soldiers, and the rhetoric were all monumental events. But for the average colonist, they were a backdrop. Life went on. People planted corn, cooked beans, mended clothes, tended animals, talked to neighbors, wrote letters, survived the cold, laughed at minor mishaps, endured the constant uncertainty. The revolution existed as a slow, pervasive presence, but everyday life had its own pace, its own priorities, its own gentle persistence.
Welcome back. Take a deep breath, settle your head, and let's drift gently into part 13. This is where the revolution starts touching the everyday people we've been following, moving from polite taverns, quiet fields, and domestic rhythms into the slightly more chaotic world of military life. Don't worry, nothing sharp, nothing dramatic, just the slow, slightly awkward reality of an 18th century army forming from scratch. Raising an army, easier said than done. In 1776, the Continental Army was mostly composed of farmers, tradesmen, and men who had never held a musket before. These weren't professional soldiers. Many had never left their hometowns. Some joined reluctantly, only because staying at home seemed riskier. Recruitment wasn't glamorous. It involved town meetings, posters, town criers, and neighbors politely suggesting that you really should enlist. People signed up because duty, peer pressure, promises of pay that might never arrive, a vague sense that history was happening. Some brought their own weapons, some used communal muskets. Most had shoes that didn't quite fit, coats that weren't waterproof, and hats that flopped in the wind. The army's appearance was inconsistent. It was colorful, mismatched, and charmingly uncoordinated. Daily life in camp, slow and even. Wake up early, drill for a few hours, sometimes, cook meals over open fires, mend clothing, shoes, and equipment, guard duty, and wander aimlessly while wondering when the next order will arrive. Drills were tedious. Men often struggled to line up in neat formations. Muskets misfired. Orders were misheard. And officers sometimes looked confused about what exactly they were supposed to command. Yet over time, repetition created a rhythm. Men learned to work together, to march in rough formation, to trust, tentatively, that they weren't completely doomed. Food, rationed, bland, and sometimes imaginary. Army rations were modest. Salted meat, hardtack, peas, and whatever else could be carried. Fresh vegetables were rare, spices even rarer. Coffee was sometimes available, which was treated like a miracle of civilization. Cooking was a communal task. Everyone took turns. Meals were functional, not enjoyable. Yet men found solace in routine, eating at the same time, sharing what little they had, and laughing quietly at the endless complaints about hardtack. Some soldiers complained about the rations. Some discovered they could eat them without vomiting. Some quietly accepted that survival was more important than taste. Health and hygiene were awkward but necessary. Hygiene in the army was slow and makeshift. Bathing was rare. Clothes were worn until they literally fell apart. Infections were common. Medical care was basic. Doctors used herbs, poultices, and a lot of hope. Small wounds were treated carefully, but serious injuries could be fatal simply because there wasn't much else to do. Men slept in tents or under the stars, depending on circumstances. Comfort was a luxury. Patience and adaptability were essential. Camp life. Stories, games, and waiting. Even in the dull moments, soldiers found ways to pass the time. Card games and dice. Storytelling by firelight. Singing songs. Quietly practicing drills or routines. There was camaraderie. Even in discomfort, men relied on each other. Friendships formed slowly, quietly, without much fanfare. Waiting was constant. Orders arrived late, messages were misdelivered, and sometimes nothing happened at all. Yet the monotony became part of the rhythm. It allowed people to conserve energy, bond, and observe the small details of life around them. Officers, ambitious, nervous, and sometimes clueless. Officers wore uniforms if they could afford them. They gave orders loudly, sometimes unnecessarily, sometimes in panic, and often they learned alongside the men they commanded. Yet slowly, structure emerged. Ranks mattered, drills became more effective, discipline, though imperfect, began to take shape. It was a work in progress, slow, uneven, gentle in its way, like watching a river slowly carve a canyon over decades. Marching, a lesson in patience. Moving an army was less glamorous than you might imagine. Men carried muskets, packs, and sometimes artillery. Roads were muddy, uneven, and frustratingly narrow. Rivers had to be forded. Bridges were rare. Marching was slow. Troops frequently complained. Feet hurt, horses got cranky, food sometimes ran low. Yet marching together, in step sometimes,
created a sense of shared purpose. It was a slow, gentle camaraderie, a rhythm that bound the soldiers to each other and to the unfolding events around them. The psychological aspect: anxiety, anticipation, and quiet courage. Men lived in constant, mild anxiety. They weren't always sure if the next order meant action, retreat, or simply another day of standing in the cold. Letters from home mattered deeply. Stories of local events, births, and deaths kept them connected. Rumors traveled fast and often unnervingly. Yet soldiers learned patience, endurance, and observation. They adapted to uncertainty. They accepted discomfort, and they found small moments of peace in daily routines. Revolutionary ideals slow seepage into hearts. Even in the camps, revolutionary ideals spread, not dramatically, not with speeches and banners everywhere, but in quiet discussions, in the slow absorption of news, and in the reading of pamphlets. People began thinking, slowly, about self-governance, fairness, and independence. Ideas seeped into hearts at the same slow pace as the tick of a clock. Small, gradual, persistent. A gentle view of war. So here we are, floating through 1776 army life. Not battles, not heroics, not dramatic victories, just people slowly learning how to be soldiers, coping with discomfort, waiting patiently, and observing the rhythms of life even amid the beginnings of a revolution. It's calm, it's repetitive, it's quietly human, and it reminds us that even monumental historical events are experienced in tiny, almost sleepy increments by the people living them.
Welcome back. Settle in, stretch your arms, maybe adjust your pillow. Part 14 is a gentle drift through the lives of everyday civilians in 1776, those living near towns, farms, and military camps, quietly adapting to a world that was slowly, imperceptibly changing around them. No drama, no sudden explosions, just the soft, pervasive ripple of revolution in ordinary life. Farms, the heartbeat of civilian life. For most people, the farm was their entire universe. Fields dictated their schedules. Animals dictated their mornings. Weather dictated, well, everything. Life on the farm was never glamorous. You woke before sunrise, you fed animals, tended crops, repaired fences, and prepared meals. Children helped when they could. Women managed gardens, kitchens, laundry, and sometimes small-scale businesses like selling butter or candles. News of the revolution arrived slowly, sometimes from neighbors, sometimes from travelers, sometimes from pamphlets tied to a fence post. And yet, for most of the day, the farm operated as usual. The land didn't change because politicians argued. The chickens didn't care about independence. The corn had to grow whether or not the king or Congress existed. Towns and villages, gentle disruptions. In small towns and villages, civilian life had a soft layer of tension. Markets still opened, taverns still filled with gossip, children still played in alleys. Shops sold shoes, tools, and cloth as usual. But subtle changes occurred. Prices fluctuated slightly as trade patterns shifted. Militias drilled nearby. New pamphlets appeared in windows or on posts. Occasional soldiers passed through, polite, awkward, and sometimes hungry. People adapted. Business continued. Chores continued. Life maintained its slow, predictable rhythm, even as the background hum of political change grew louder. Communication, the long reach of letters and rumors. Letters were the primary source of news. If someone had traveled to Philadelphia, Boston, or New York, their letters might contain updates on troop movements,
battles, or political resolutions. Rumors traveled faster than actual news. At the tavern, at the market, or at church, people exchanged information cautiously, adding details and embellishments along the way. And everyone interpreted the news according to their circumstances. Farmers worried about taxes or requisitioning of livestock. Merchants fretted over trade disruptions. Artisans pondered whether contracts with the army might bring income or chaos. In all cases, news seeped slowly, gently nudging the public consciousness toward awareness and sometimes mild concern. Economy, survival and adaptation. Economics in 1776 America were practical, slow, and localized. Barter was still common. Cash was limited. Credit existed, but cautiously. Families often relied on multiple small streams of income, selling eggs, butter, grain, or handcrafted goods. The Revolution introduced subtle disruptions. British blockades slowed imports. Taxes and tariffs were occasionally confusing. Soldiers and militias occasionally requisitioned supplies. People adapted. They adjusted crop rotations. They saved extra grains. They repaired tools instead of replacing them. And they found gentle ways to maintain stability amid uncertainty. Religion, a quiet and anchoring influence. Religion continued as a central part of civilian life. Church attendance shaped weekly routines. Sermons offered moral guidance, practical advice, and occasionally commentary on the events unfolding in faraway cities. People discussed sermons with neighbors afterward. Children learned to read using religious texts. Even those skeptical of authority absorbed cultural norms reinforced through faith. Religion offered stability, a predictable rhythm in a world that was otherwise slowly shifting toward revolution. Gender roles, continuity amid change. Women maintained households, often managing resources with careful attention. Men, when called to militia duty, left farms in women's hands. Daily life required resilience, feeding families, preserving food, mending clothes, managing money, handling minor medical issues. These responsibilities didn't stop because the revolution was looming. In fact, they became more critical. Women observed, commented, and sometimes subtly influenced the political currents around them. They may not have voted, but their daily management ensured families survived and adapted to slowly changing circumstances. Education, continuity, and quiet innovation. Children's education continued in small, uneven doses. Town schools operated when possible. Tutors or literate family members taught at home. Reading, writing, arithmetic, and basic religious instruction were emphasized. The revolution occasionally interrupted schooling. Troops in town, resources diverted, or families displaced. But learning persisted. Even in slow, fragmentary ways, knowledge seeped into households. Pamphlets and newspapers also served as informal lessons in current events. Children overheard discussions about taxes, governance, and liberty, absorbing ideas at a gentle, almost sleepy pace. Leisure, slow entertainment, and gentle socialization. Entertainment remained modest, quiet, and mostly home-centered. Card games, dice, and board games. Fiddles and singing. Storytelling by the fireplace. Seasonal celebrations like harvest festivals. Evenings offered calm reflection. Neighbors exchanged news, gossip, and advice. People observed subtle social cues, reinforcing community bonds. The revolution existed as a gentle hum, present but not constantly intrusive. Life continued at its measured, human pace. Travel, laborious and intentional. Travel remained slow and deliberate. Roads were often muddy or poorly maintained. Rivers had to be crossed carefully. Journeys could take days or weeks. Travelers carried letters,
news, and small goods. They became unwitting messengers of the revolution, bringing ideas along with practical necessities. Every trip was intentional, every arrival significant, and the slow pace reinforced the careful rhythm of daily life, even in the presence of political upheaval. Nature, an ever-present partner. As always, nature dictated the pace. Seasons influenced planting, harvesting, and travel. Weather shaped daily activities. Animals continued their routines, independent of human politics. Nature was a quiet, constant presence, a steadying influence amid the gradual swirl of social and political change. The soft hum of revolution. By 1776, the revolution had become part of the background. Ideas floated into homes through letters and pamphlets. Militias trained in fields and small towns. Conversations subtly shifted toward independence, governance, and community responsibility. Yet life moved slowly. Chores were completed, meals were prepared, clothing was repaired, children played. The sun rose and set, quietly and reliably, as it always had. The revolution was present but gentle, a slow tide moving across daily life rather than a sudden storm.
Welcome back. Let's get comfortable. Adjust your blanket, take a slow breath, and let's drift gently into part 15. This is where we explore the everyday intersections between civilians and soldiers, the quiet, often mundane, sometimes awkward realities of having military life touch ordinary life in 1776. No battles, no shouting, just the soft hum of people coexisting with soldiers moving through their towns and farms. Soldiers passing through towns. Troops didn't just stay in barracks, they traveled, rested, and sometimes lingered near villages. For civilians, this meant unexpected interactions. Soldiers borrowing food or firewood, tents set up near homes, occasional use of barns for temporary quarters. Most soldiers were polite, or at least tried to be. They were often young men far from home, adjusting to the discomforts of marching, the occasional muddy shoes, and a diet that mostly consisted of salted meat and hardtack. Civilians had to adjust. Households shared resources, sometimes reluctantly. Farmers and shopkeepers calculated the minor losses against the larger sense of purpose. And slowly, a rhythm formed, soldiers and civilians learning to coexist quietly. Requisitioning and borrowed supplies. Requisitioning wasn't always formal. Sometimes it involved polite requests. Sometimes it was just the practical reality of an army in need. Civilians provided food, grains, vegetables, dairy, firewood, lodging space, occasional tools, or small animals. These interactions could be awkward. No one liked losing resources, but most households adapted with grace, or at least patience. Letters to distant relatives might complain, gently exaggerating the inconvenience, while the family quietly complied. It was part of the rhythm of life, part of the subtle, pervasive influence of the revolution on ordinary existence. Taverns and social spaces. Taverns served dual purposes, social hubs for civilians and resting points for soldiers. Soldiers drank, ate, and sometimes sang. Locals watched, listened, and occasionally joined in. Conversations shifted slowly from local gossip to political commentary. These spaces offered gentle integration of military presence into civilian routines. People adapted, conversations ebbed and flowed, and the soft background noise of the revolution became part of daily life. Small-town anxiety and adaptation. Even as soldiers passed through, most communities maintained a gentle sense of order. Markets opened on schedule. Children played in alleys, largely ignoring red coats or blue coats. Daily chores continued,
slightly slowed by the presence of extra mouths to feed. The anxiety was present, but not dramatic. It was the quiet awareness that life was temporarily altered, requiring careful observation, subtle negotiation, and small adjustments. Civilians were remarkably adaptive. They learned when to provide food, when to keep children away from marches, when to accept minor disruptions, and when to gently protest. Communication between civilians and soldiers and civilians exchanged news, stories, and practical advice. The general says we'll be moving north soon. Can you spare a sack of flour? Watch out for mud along the river crossing. These interactions were slow, deliberate, and often polite. They created networks of information that allowed both groups to survive and adapt. Even minor gossip could carry warnings or practical tips and was often taken seriously. The subtle rhythm of cooperation. This coexistence wasn't dramatic. It was gentle, gradual, and human. Soldiers learned the limits of civilian patience. Civilians learned the demands of military life. Everyone adjusted, slowly, to a temporary shared rhythm. Meals were coordinated. Supplies were rationed carefully. Children observed quietly, learning the rhythms of cooperation and caution. The revolution at this stage was a gentle background presence, shaping behaviors without overwhelming daily life. Emotional underpinnings. There was always a quiet emotional layer. Mild worry for family members in distant militias, concern for resources, curiosity about distant events, subtle pride in participating or supporting the revolutionary cause. These feelings were subdued, internal, and often expressed in small ways. A longer pause before answering a question, a careful handling of supplies, a quiet conversation at the kitchen table. Life continued, but with a soft, pervasive awareness that things were slowly changing. Quiet lessons in patience. The presence of soldiers taught civilians lessons of patience and observation. Expect the unexpected. Adapt to temporary disruptions. Communicate carefully. Preserve resources. Maintain social cohesion. These were not dramatic lessons. They were quiet, human, almost sleepy adaptations that allowed communities to survive and function amid the slow stirrings of revolution. Seasonal influence. Interactions between civilians and soldiers were also shaped by the seasons. Winter. Soldiers needed shelter, food, and warmth. Civilians provided as best they could. Spring. Troops moved more frequently. Roads were muddy, slowing travel and delivery of supplies. Summer. Heat and insects added to discomfort. Water became precious. Fall. Harvests required attention, making any army demands more stressful, but also teaching negotiation. Through it all, the rhythm of nature remained constant, subtly guiding the interactions between civilians and soldiers and keeping life grounded, even as the revolution edged closer to action. The quiet drift of daily life. By 1776, civilian life was subtly intertwined with military presence. Taverns, markets, and homes absorbed the occasional disruptions of soldiers. Farmers calculated minor losses while maintaining productivity. Families adjusted routines, chores, and social interactions. And yet, life remained slow, deliberate, and strangely calm. The revolution existed as a soft hum, never fully intrusive, gently shaping routines, awareness, and relationships.
Welcome back. Settle in, adjust your pillow, and take a slow breath. Part 16 is a gentle exploration of how 1776 America was slowly developing a sense of identity, separate from Britain, quietly distinct and gradually aware of a shared culture and purpose. No dramatic speeches or sudden revolutions, just the soft accumulation of ideas, habits, and subtle changes in daily life.
the slow emergence of a shared identity. Colonial identity wasn't sudden. It didn't appear with a single pamphlet or declaration. It emerged gradually, quietly, over decades. People noticed small differences, different laws in different colonies, varied local customs, distinct accents and dialects, regional foods and clothing choices. Each colony had its personality, its pace, its rhythm. And over time, communication, trade, and shared experiences, especially disruptions caused by British policies, created a sense that while they were British, they were also something new. This identity was subtle. It crept into conversation, letters, tavern discussions, and even gossip. It was not loudly proclaimed, it was felt, slowly, like a shadow stretching across the land. Symbols and sentiments helped solidify this identity, even in understated ways. The use of local flags or banners, colonial seals on documents, distinctive local clothing or household items, stories of local heroes and legendary figures. People celebrated small victories, local traditions, and regional achievements. Even quiet conversations about taxes or trade disputes carried undertones of independence, self-reliance, and communal pride. It wasn't a revolution in full view, just a gentle drift, almost imperceptible, yet shaping the way people thought about themselves and their neighbors. Education and awareness. Schools, tutors, and family teachings played a role. Children learned local history alongside European history. Reading materials sometimes included political commentary or moral lessons. Civic responsibilities and debates were discussed at home and in public gatherings. Through this slow education, young colonists developed a sense of belonging to something larger than their town, but still distinct from Britain. They understood themselves as part of a community with shared values, slowly aligning with the idea of self-determination. Newspapers, pamphlets, and the gentle spread of ideas. Printed materials circulated slowly but steadily. Newspapers reported on distant political debates. Pamphlets offered opinions, arguments, and commentary. Notices and flyers informed communities of events, regulations, or troop movements. People read, reread, and discussed these materials over breakfast, at the market, or in taverns. Ideas spread gradually. Arguments were considered, debated, sometimes ignored, and sometimes accepted. The slow accumulation of knowledge helped form a shared consciousness, gently nudging the colonies toward thinking of themselves as part of a collective yet independent society. Local governance and civic participation. Town meetings and local councils reinforced the sense of shared responsibility. Decisions about taxes, roads, and trade gave people a voice. Disputes were discussed, sometimes argued, sometimes resolved peacefully. This engagement with governance, slow, deliberate, and often repetitive, instilled habits of participation, discussion, and self-governance. People began to feel capable of managing their own affairs, even under the shadow of distant British authority. Trade and economy, a shared interdependence. Economic life, as always, influenced identity. Colonies traded with one another, sharing goods, knowledge, and resources. Merchants developed networks spanning multiple regions. Families sometimes relied on distant relatives for essential goods. This interconnectedness reinforced a sense of belonging to a wider colonial network. Even in isolated areas, people recognized the invisible threads linking them to others, slowly fostering unity and mutual understanding. Religion and morality. Quiet guidance. Faith continued to shape life, subtly reinforcing a sense of identity. Shared beliefs created moral frameworks. Religious gatherings became opportunities for community cohesion. Sermons occasionally referenced justice, freedom, and fairness. Through shared moral and religious codes, communities strengthened bonds and reinforced the notion that they were distinct yet connected under shared principles. Cultural practices, slow and steady. Culture in 1776 America was everyday life. Seasonal festivals, weddings and baptisms, local fairs and markets, storytelling and songs. These practices gave rhythm, comfort, and identity to communities. They connected people to their past, to each other, and increasingly to a collective sense of purpose. Even small cultural habits, how bread was baked, which games children played, or how letters were addressed, reinforced a sense of shared experience, subtly differentiating colonies from Britain.
Emotional underpinnings of identity. The emotional life of colonists mattered. Quiet pride in local achievements, subtle frustration with distant authority, gentle curiosity about neighboring colonies, mild anticipation about political developments. These emotions were slow-burning, rarely dramatic, but cumulatively powerful. They shaped conversations, decisions, and everyday behavior in ways that were almost imperceptible, yet profoundly influential. The gentle drift toward independence. By mid-1776, the colonies were quietly moving toward independence. Local and regional identity had strengthened. Shared economic and cultural networks reinforced unity. Political ideas filtered down into households and towns. Emotional awareness of collective purpose grew. All of this happened gradually, like a river carving a canyon. No sudden eruptions, no loud proclamations, just a persistent, gentle reshaping of the way people thought, lived, and interacted. Everyday life continues. Despite these changes, daily life remained remarkably steady. Farms demanded attention, families maintained routines, markets functioned, children played, chores were completed. The revolution was a subtle background hum. It shaped thought, conversation, and occasional inconveniences, but life continued in its slow, deliberate rhythm. And in that rhythm, identity slowly solidified, preparing ordinary Americans for the moment when words on parchment and distant political debates would become something tangible. Independence in all its practical, human implications. Welcome back. Take a deep breath. Adjust your pillow. Part 17 is a gentle drift into the ways ideas, rumors, and slow communication shaped the colonial mindset in 1776. No loud proclamations or dramatic speeches, just the subtle, pervasive ways people absorbed knowledge, interpreted events, and gradually aligned themselves with a shared sense of purpose. Letters, the lifeblood of connection. Letters were slow, deliberate, and essential. They connected families, friends, and communities across distances that could take weeks to traverse. News of troop movements arrived through careful scribes or travelers. Political updates filtered slowly through relatives and neighbors. Personal advice and instructions accompanied observations of events. Receiving a letter was a gentle, significant event. People read slowly, perhaps aloud by the fire, savoring every word. Rereading reinforced information, allowed for discussion, and occasionally sparked quiet debates at the dinner table. Letters were more than information. They were a medium for shaping understanding, reinforcing relationships, and gently nudging collective awareness. Rumors, the slow-spreading whisper. Rumors traveled faster than official news. A passing soldier, a traveler from a neighboring town, or a curious child could all be conduits. Some rumors were accurate. Some were slightly exaggerated. Some were entirely fabricated. But all were taken seriously in context. Communities interpreted them cautiously, cross-referencing what they had seen
heard, or read. The slow, deliberate processing of rumors helped colonists develop discernment and patience. They learned to observe, to question, and to integrate information into their daily routines without panicking. Taverns and social hubs, centers of gentle debate. Taverns were more than places for ale. They were information hubs. Merchants, travelers, and soldiers shared news. Conversations drifted naturally between local gossip and distant political events. Colonists compared letters, rumors, and observations, slowly forming collective opinions. Discussion was quiet, not confrontational. It was the calm exchange of ideas, gently shaping understanding. Even disagreements were measured. Social etiquette ensured that voices were heard, patience was exercised, and ideas were absorbed at a human pace. Printed materials circulated deliberately. Newspapers contained reports, editorials, and distant news. Pamphlets argued for or against policies, taxation, and governance. Flyers announced local events, troop movements, or petitions. Colonists read slowly, often aloud, sometimes in groups. Debates were carried on over meals or by the fire. Ideas spread not explosively, but like a gentle current, gradually permeating households and communities. Even the most literate families approached new information with caution, cross-checking, discussing, and interpreting. It was an unhurried education in civic awareness. Observing the effects of rumors and news. People didn't simply absorb information, they observed its consequences. Troops moving nearby suggested that something was happening. Letters mentioning shortages prompted practical adjustments at home. Stories of protests or resistance inspired measured concern or pride. Colonists learned to integrate observation with information. They acted slowly, deliberately, and pragmatically. This slow adaptation was as much a part of revolutionary change as the battles and declarations themselves. Psychological effects, subtle shifts in thought. The steady drip of news, rumor, and discussion produced a gentle psychological transformation. Mild anxiety about distant authorities, quiet curiosity about neighbors and other colonies, soft anticipation of potential change, increasing awareness of shared grievances and possibilities. This wasn't dramatic, it was cumulative, subtle, and pervasive. It shaped attitudes, conversations, and even daily behavior, preparing ordinary people for the more tangible realities of independence. Integration into daily life. Even amid political undercurrents, daily life continued. Fields were tended. Children played. Meals were prepared. Families maintained routines. Political ideas didn't stop chores or disrupt meals. They subtly influenced conversations, observations, and community interactions. The revolution hummed softly in the background, changing thought patterns, awareness, and social cohesion, but never fully overwhelming the comforting rhythms of ordinary existence. Community adaptation. Communities adapted in minor, measured ways, coordinating labor for defense or local needs, sharing information about troop movements, adjusting schedules to accommodate soldiers passing through, discussing letters, pamphlets, and rumors in calm and deliberate ways. These adaptations were slow, unhurried, and pragmatic. They reinforced a sense of communal responsibility and preparedness without panic or spectacle. Slow bonding through shared awareness. As news and rumor circulated, people developed a subtle sense of unity, recognizing shared grievances, understanding collective opportunities, appreciating common challenges. Even small discussions at the well, in the tavern, or by the fire gradually built cohesion. This cohesion wasn't loud or dramatic. It was measured, patient, and quietly effective. A gentle revolution in thought. By 1776, the quiet circulation of ideas, rumors, and printed materials was slowly reshaping consciousness. Colonists began to think in collective terms. Awareness of regional and intercolonial networks increased. Concepts like fairness, self-governance, and community responsibility seeped into daily life. This was revolution without fireworks, a quiet mental and social transformation, gently preparing people for the more tangible realities of independence. Everyday life continues, subtly changed. Despite these slow shifts, daily life maintained its familiar rhythms. Chores were completed on schedule. Meals were shared. Conversations carried on. Children played, learned, and observed. Families continued routines, adjusting subtly to new information. The revolution hummed softly in the background, changing thought patterns, awareness, and social cohesion, but never fully overwhelming the comforting rhythms of ordinary existence.
Welcome back. Take a slow breath, let your eyes soften, and settle into part 18. Here, we drift through the final weeks before the Declaration of Independence in 1776, exploring the subtle preparations, quiet anxieties, and slow shifts in mindset among ordinary colonists. Nothing abrupt or dramatic, just the gentle hum of a society sensing the change around it. The calm before the storm, a slow awareness. By mid-1776, the sense of change was palpable but quiet. Most people weren't awake all night thinking about independence. They were more likely thinking about dinner, chores, and whether the weather would ruin the corn. And yet, beneath these daily concerns, a slow awareness grew. Discussions about loyalty and governance, consideration of the consequences of rebellion, reflection on long-standing grievances with distant authorities. It was a calm, contemplative time. People moved deliberately, observed carefully, and considered cautiously. The world was shifting underfoot, but they weren't rushing. They were absorbing, slowly. Farmers, adjusting daily life to the revolutionary backdrop. Farmers continued to rise with the sun, tending animals, planting crops, and harvesting grain. The revolution was a background hum, planning for potential militia service, storing extra provisions, discussing news from letters or pamphlets, coordinating with neighbors about community defense. All this happened alongside regular chores. Horses needed feeding, fences repaired, fires stoked, and meals prepared. The rhythm of farm life provided structure, grounding, and reassurance amid the subtle anxiety of impending political change. Towns and villages, quiet preparations. In towns, daily routines carried on. Markets operated as usual, shops stocked goods, taverns hosted conversation,
quietly integrating news of troop movements or political debates. Yet people noticed small differences. Militia drills were slightly more frequent. Rumors of action grew more persistent. Community meetings included discussions about readiness, provisions, and defense. These were gentle, measured preparations, not panic, not fanfare, just careful consideration of what might come next. Militia and volunteer preparations. Militias became a slow, deliberate presence. Training sessions were frequent, but not exhausting. Officers reviewed logistics, uniforms, and supplies. Local communities coordinated to provide food, shelter, and equipment. Participation was often half reluctant, half pragmatic. Men wanted to protect their homes, help neighbors, and fulfilled obligations, but they were also acutely aware of the inconvenience and discomfort involved. The process reinforced the slow rhythm of society. Life continued, but the undercurrent of readiness persisted quietly. Households, minor adjustments and planning. Families made small, practical adjustments, preserving extra food, securing valuables, adjusting chores to account for militia duties or potential disruption, ensuring that children understood their roles in daily work. These changes were subtle, largely unnoticed by outsiders, but cumulatively significant. They represented the practical, gentle adaptation of ordinary people to extraordinary times. News and rumors, the quiet flow of information. Letters, newspapers, and gossip continued to circulate. Travelers brought distant updates. Local leaders summarized political debates. Family members shared observations and advice. Colonists read, reread, and discussed these reports slowly. Rumors of decisive action, troop movements, and debates in the Continental Congress filtered through communities with patience and consideration. This slow absorption of information shaped thought, discussion, and planning without causing alarm or dramatic behavior. Psychological atmosphere. Subtle shifts in mindset. By this stage, the psychological landscape of colonial life had changed. Quiet anticipation. People sensed that big changes were coming. Careful reflection. Communities discussed options, loyalty, and responsibility. Mild anxiety. Concern about disruption, shortages, or military action. These shifts were not dramatic, but persistent, quietly influencing behavior and decision-making. The revolution existed as a slow, pervasive hum in the background of daily life. Everyday life continues. Despite the growing tension, ordinary routines remained. Farmers tended crops, children played and learned, merchants stocked shelves and counted coins, families shared meals and conversation. Life maintained its calm rhythm, while the undercurrent of political change subtly influenced conversations, planning, and community interactions. The revolution was not a sudden explosion. It was a slow, steady force, gently nudging the colonies toward awareness, preparedness, and eventual action. The social fiber. Quiet resilience. Communities demonstrated quiet resilience. Neighbors helped each other prepare for potential disruption. Families balanced practical survival with philosophical consideration. Local meetings integrated information about militia, provisions, and political developments. This resilience reinforced a sense of shared purpose, subtly preparing ordinary Americans for the eventual moment of collective action. The gentle drift toward independence. By mid-1776, the colonies were slowly, gently, inevitably approaching independence. Civic identity had strengthened. Shared information networks were active. Daily life had adapted subtly to accommodate militia, news, and the anticipation of change. It was not loud, not immediate, not spectacular. It was cumulative, measured, persistent. The world of 1776 was ordinary, slow, and quietly preparing to become extraordinary.
Welcome back. Settle in, soften your gaze, and let your body relax. Part 19 is a slow, gentle exploration of the days immediately preceding the Declaration of Independence in 1776, focusing on the quiet lives, subtle conversations, and understated adjustments of ordinary colonists and militia alike. No fireworks, no drama, just the soft, pervasive hum of history moving through everyday life. The calm, slightly uneasy atmosphere. By late June 1776, there was a quiet tension in the air. Letters from Philadelphia spoke of committees, debates, and resolutions, but most ordinary people weren't fully aware of what was about to happen. Farmers noticed unusual meetings in town. Shopkeepers saw travelers carrying hastily written documents. Families discussed rumors of impending action over dinner. It was a soft anxiety mixed with curiosity. People went about daily tasks, but conversations lingered on questions like, what will they decide? Will this change our lives? Are we ready for what might come? The atmosphere was measured, reflective, and subdued. People sensed importance without feeling panic. Militia duties, routine, and slight disruption. Militia members continued training and preparing, though most of it remained slow, repetitive, and largely uneventful. Drills occurred at predictable times. Officers coordinated supplies and movements. Communities provided food and shelter. The presence of the militia reminded everyone that change was coming, but life continued largely according to usual rhythms. Farmers trained, families prepared, and the slow current of anticipation persisted quietly beneath the surface of ordinary life. Letters, rumors, and subtle news networks. Communication remained deliberate and gentle. Travelers shared updates from Congress or other towns. Letters arrived sporadically, sometimes days or weeks late. Pamphlets circulated through families and taverns. The information often arrived fragmentary or slightly confusing. People interpreted it slowly, discussing what they heard with neighbors, family, and friends. Rumors drifted through communities like a slow breeze, bringing curiosity, speculation, and mild concern. Civilian adjustments were small and practical. Ordinary households made subtle, practical adjustments to accommodate the soft undercurrent of historical change. Farmers preserved extra food in case militias needed supplies. Shopkeepers kept inventories slightly higher or reserved. Families quietly adjusted schedules for chores, errands, and militiamen visiting or passing through. These actions were deliberate, unhurried, and pragmatic. They reflected the gentle preparation that characterized colonial life in the weeks leading up to independence. Conversations by the fire. Evenings were a time for quiet discussion. Families exchanged observations from letters or pamphlets. Neighbors discussed rumors and speculations. Children absorbed snippets of political debates without fully understanding. These conversations reinforced shared awareness and subtly shaped collective understanding. People learned patience, observation, and reflection as they discussed what might come next. Religion and moral reflection. Church services continued to provide guidance in structure. Sermons addressed virtue, justice, and communal responsibility. Moral lessons were woven subtly into reflections on current events. Families discussed ethical considerations in the quiet of their homes. Faith and moral reflection provided stability, gently preparing people for the responsibilities and uncertainties of the moment ahead. Preparing for the inevitable. Although the Declaration itself had not yet been drafted, communities began adapting slowly to the reality that decisions were imminent. Minor economic adjustments, like reserving goods or anticipating shortages. Social coordination, including minor meetings and community planning. Observation of military activity nearby, integrating practical awareness with curiosity. All of this happened quietly, measured, and thoughtfully. Life retained its ordinary rhythm, but with an undercurrent of historical significance. Subtle excitement and anticipation. Curiosity and anticipation mingled with normal daily life. Some families whispered with excitement about potential independence. Some expressed concern over loyalty and the consequences of rebellion. Children noticed tension without fully understanding, learning by observation. The emotional landscape was soft and cumulative. No one acted dramatically, but awareness grew steadily, preparing ordinary people for the moment when theory would become reality. Final adjustments. In the last days before July 4, 1776, towns ensured militia readiness. Farmers made practical preparations. Families discussed letters, rumors, and small signs of impending change. Communities subtly coordinated expectations, resources, and attention. This was history in slow motion, deliberate, quiet, and profoundly human. The calm before the Declaration. By July 3, 1776, the colonies were calm, reflective, and subtly aware of what was to come. Daily routines persisted, though slightly altered. Conversations carried hints of monumental change. Observation, patience, and preparation quietly dominated life. And then, the next day, the Declaration of Independence would formalize the ideas that had been slowly, subtly spreading for months and even decades. But at this moment, life was still ordinary, calm, and human. History flowing softly through everyday existence.
Welcome back. Settle in, exhale slowly, and let's ease into part 20. This is the gentle story of July 4, 1776, not as a loud spectacle, but as a soft, quiet ripple reaching towns, farms, and households across the 13 colonies. We'll focus on subtle reactions, practical adjustments, and the slow human response to monumental words. Philadelphia, the quiet birth of the Declaration of Independence. On July 4, the Continental Congress
finalized the Declaration of Independence. For most delegates, it was a combination of relief, exhaustion, and quiet pride. Committees reviewed the text slowly, line by line. Copies were carefully prepared. The official reading occurred publicly, but in a measured, deliberate tone. Even in Philadelphia, there were no fireworks in the streets, just the methodical circulation of news and printed copies. People noted the event with calm observation, aware that it was important, but understanding that the real work of life, farming, trade, tending families, continued immediately afterward. Printing and distribution, slow but intentional. The Declaration was printed and distributed through measured channels. Local newspapers included full or partial texts. Broadsides were posted in public spaces, sometimes nailed to trees or walls. Travelers carried copies to neighboring towns. This process was gradual. By the time a typical farmer or townsperson read the words, they might have already heard rumors or partial summaries. The physical copies were significant, but so too was the slow anticipation built through letters and word of mouth. Initial reactions, subtle, human, reflective. Reactions varied in quiet, human ways. Mild excitement among patriots, quietly acknowledged in homes or taverns. Careful consideration among moderates, discussing implications over meals. Reserved skepticism from those uncertain about the practical impact. People didn't leap into action immediately. They discussed the ideas, observed their neighbors, and made subtle adjustments to daily life. Life continued, but with a slightly altered rhythm. Farmers and households, gradual absorption. For most colonists, the words of the Declaration were absorbed slowly. Families read or listened to summaries over breakfast. Children noticed adults' thoughtful expressions. Farmers continued chores, but perhaps paused to reflect on the significance of independence. Practical adjustments were subtle. Awareness that supplies might need to be managed differently. Anticipation of militia requests or troop movements. Quiet pride and cautious optimism about the future. Even in moments of reflection, the world remained fundamentally ordinary. Cows still needed milking, fires needed tending, and meals needed preparation. Taverns and community hubs, gentle discussions. Taverns, inns, and meeting places served as slow amplifiers. Travelers shared copies of the Declaration, reading aloud for curious listeners. Locals discussed the words, carefully weighing meaning and consequence. Conversations blended politics with everyday observation, slowly connecting abstract ideas to practical life. The excitement was muted, deliberate, human. No one shouted in the streets, no one abandoned chores. Instead, people integrated awareness into their daily routines. Civic reflection, quiet contemplation of freedom. The Declaration inspired contemplation, discussion, and planning. Families discussed responsibilities, obligations, and moral imperatives. Town councils and committees considered what independence might mean locally. Individuals reflected on personal and community roles in the emerging new society. These reflections were slow, persistent, and cumulative, quietly shaping attitudes, expectations, and social cohesion without disrupting daily life entirely. Emotional undercurrents. Emotional responses were subtle but real. Pride, tempered by concern. Curiosity, tempered by caution. Optimism, tempered by practical realities. Children sensed the mood, listening to hushed conversations. Neighbors exchanged quiet remarks about loyalty, duty,
and community. Life continued, but with an added awareness of history unfolding around them. Practical implications. While the words were monumental, practical life demanded attention. Farmers ensured crops and livestock were managed. Shopkeepers monitored stock and potential shortages. Families adjusted schedules to accommodate militia or civic duties. These minor adjustments reflected the human capacity to integrate significant events into ongoing routines without immediate disruption. The Declaration was both abstract and tangible, a guiding idea and a gently disruptive presence in ordinary life. Slow spread across the colonies. By mid-July, the Declaration had quietly reached most communities. Public readings became occasional social gatherings. Printed copies were circulated and discussed. Rumors reinforced the formal message, gradually shaping shared understanding. The spread was deliberate, human-paced, and reflective. No one experienced the Declaration in its entirety instantly. Its impact was cumulative, subtle, and thoughtful. The gentle significance of July 4, 1776. For the average colonist, July 4 was not about celebration or immediate action. It was a day of quiet awareness, acknowledging the words, reflecting on local implications, adjusting subtly to anticipated changes. Life continued. Fires were stoked, meals prepared, livestock tended. But beneath these routines, awareness grew, quietly connecting people to a shared sense of purpose and identity.
Welcome back. Settle in, take a deep breath, and let yourself drift into part 21. Here, we'll explore how ordinary colonists slowly absorbed the ideas of independence into their daily lives. Quiet celebrations, subtle adjustments, and the gentle psychological shifts that followed the Declaration of July 4, 1776. No sudden revolutions, just the calm, pervasive hum of history integrating into human routines. Public readings and quiet gatherings. In towns and villages, the Declaration was often shared through public readings. Town criers or community leaders read aloud in markets or meeting halls. Families sometimes gathered to hear the words read slowly, aloud, over several days. Curious neighbors stopped by, listening quietly, reflecting, discussing. These gatherings were more contemplative than festive. People absorbed the words deliberately, allowing the meaning to settle gradually, like sunlight filtering through leaves. The emphasis was on understanding, not immediate action. Emotional reactions, soft and human. Reactions varied subtly across households. Pride, a quiet acknowledgement that the colonies had declared self-determination. Concern, what practical challenges would independence bring? Curiosity, how would local life change in weeks and months to come? Gratitude for local leaders who took risks to formalize the Declaration. Children absorbed the mood too, noticing the hushed discussions at the table or in the tavern. The emotional landscape was gentle, cumulative, shaping a sense of shared identity over time rather than in a single dramatic moment. Adjustments in daily life. Life carried on, but with small, deliberate modifications. Farmers planned for potential militia requisitions or shortages. Shopkeepers accounted for the possibility of delayed goods. Families organized provisions, coordinated chores, and noted news from travelers. None of these adjustments were dramatic. They were slow, practical, and human, reflecting the quiet integration of political reality into everyday existence.
Independence had arrived as an idea, and ordinary people began to live around it as gently as one lives with the rhythm of the sun or the seasons. Taverns, inns, and markets. Gentle discussions. Social hubs continued to function as centers of reflection. Tavern patrons debated the words of the Declaration calmly. Merchants discussed trade implications quietly. Travelers shared perspectives from other towns or colonies. The discussions were soft, unhurried, and deliberate. People tested ideas, sought reassurance, and absorbed perspectives slowly. The pace mirrored life itself, measured, steady, human. Civic and militia awareness. Communities continued to integrate the reality of independence into civic and militia routines. Militia schedules were maintained, quietly reflecting readiness. Local committees adjusted plans for communal support. Practical concerns, roads, provisions, communication were addressed patiently. The Declaration did not provoke sudden upheaval. It encouraged gentle preparedness and thoughtful awareness. Religion and reflection. Church services offered frameworks for contemplation. Sermons subtly integrated reflections on justice, virtue, and duty. Families discussed the moral and ethical implications of independence. Communities reinforced shared values and obligations. Faith continued to ground daily life, providing continuity amid emerging change. It allowed people to consider independence as both a civic and moral responsibility, gently absorbed into their worldview. Children and education. Quiet lessons. Children noticed adults' reactions and absorbed ideas indirectly, observing hushed discussions at the table or in the tavern, hearing public readings of the Declaration, learning to read political pamphlets or letters. Education became a slow transmission of civic awareness. Knowledge filtered into daily habits, conversation, and personal reflection, shaping the next generation without fanfare or spectacle. Psychological shifts, subtle but persistent. The Declaration initiated a quiet mental transformation. Awareness of collective purpose strengthened. Recognition of shared grievances and opportunities deepened. Pride, responsibility, and cautious optimism took root. These psychological shifts were soft, cumulative, and human. They influenced behavior, planning, conversation, and reflection, preparing ordinary people for eventual action without overwhelming their everyday routines. Observing neighbors, gentle social cohesion. People watched how neighbors responded. Did they express pride or concern? Did they adjust provisions or prepare differently? Did they discuss news openly or privately? This observation reinforced social cohesion and shared understanding. The community's response became a slow, guiding rhythm for individual action and thought. Subtle celebrations. Even without large-scale festivities, some quiet recognition occurred. Toasts at the tavern or family dinner. Small gatherings to read or discuss the Declaration. Sharing letters or pamphlets among friends and relatives. These gestures were understated but meaningful, reinforcing communal awareness and the gentle integration of independence into everyday life. Life continues, slightly altered. Despite these developments, the ordinary rhythm persisted. Fields were tended, livestock fed, meals prepared, chores completed. The Declaration existed as a soft background presence, slowly altering thought, conversation, and routines. Life retained its measured human pace, while the seeds of independence quietly took root in daily experience.
Welcome back. Make yourself comfortable. Take a deep breath and let your body sink into a gentle rhythm. Part 22 is a slow, reflective look at the weeks immediately following the Declaration of Independence. We'll focus on everyday life, subtle adjustments, and the quiet way the colonies began living as a self-declared independent people. The slow arrival of news. Even after July 4th, 1776, most colonists didn't instantly grasp the full significance of independence. Broadsides and newspaper copies spread slowly from town to town. Travelers and post riders delivered letters and pamphlets over days or weeks. Word-of-mouth discussions amplified or softened the message. By mid-July, families and communities were only beginning to absorb the words fully. It was a gradual process, reading, reflecting, discussing, and integrating the idea into everyday understanding. Community meetings and civic discussion. Local governance played a key role in interpreting and implementing the new reality. Town meetings reviewed implications for local militia and defense. Committees discussed adjustments in trade, taxes, and logistics. Ordinary citizens attended, listened, and asked questions. These discussions were deliberate, patient, and often repetitive. People weighed consequences carefully, integrating practical and philosophical considerations. Life continued alongside these quiet civic debates, as ordinary routines absorbed the subtleties of political change. Militia activities, gentle adjustments. The militias reflected the understated reality of independence. Drills and musters continued on familiar schedules. Officers adjusted plans to reflect new authority structures. Troops coordinated quietly with local committees for provisions and housing. Participation was measured. Most men trained out of duty or habit, not excitement. The shift to independence was acknowledged softly through routine rather than fanfare. Economic considerations. Daily economic life required minor adaptations. Farmers prepared for potential requisitions or supply delays. Merchants balanced inventories with uncertainty about trade and shipping. Families considered rationing subtly without dramatic measures. These practical responses were slow and careful. Independence affected abstract thinking and planning, but it did not overwhelm the ordinary rhythms of labor and commerce. Taverns and social spaces, quiet exchange of ideas. Taverns, inns, and meeting spaces remained centers for slow reflection. Travelers and locals discussed news, rumors, and practical implications. Conversations remained calm, often repetitive, slowly reinforcing understanding. Social bonds and communal cohesion were strengthened through shared observation. Here, the Declaration's impact was subtle, filtered through human interaction and quiet interpretation. Household adaptations. Families adjusted in small, deliberate ways, preserving extra food in case of supply disruptions, organizing chores to accommodate militia or civic responsibilities, reading and discussing letters and pamphlets, monitoring news from nearby towns. These were practical, incremental measures. Independence became part of daily life, like adjusting to a new season or weather pattern, rather than a dramatic event. Emotional responses, soft and gradual. The first weeks were emotionally complex but subdued. pride in autonomy mixed with uncertainty, mild anxiety about practical consequences, cautious optimism tempered with realism. Children observed and absorbed these emotions. Neighbors reflected quietly on each other's reactions. Communities adjusted collectively in small, human ways. Religion and reflection. Church services provided continuity amid subtle change. Sermons continued to reinforce moral principles, virtue, and duty. Families reflected on the ethical and spiritual dimensions of independence. Communities reinforced shared values, quietly strengthening cohesion. Faith helped integrate the abstract ideas of liberty into daily life, grounding them in familiar moral frameworks. Observation and adaptation. People watched neighbors and communities carefully. Did others stockpile or ration differently? Were discussions more frequent or intense? Were militiamen and committees adjusting their routines? Observation reinforced social cohesion. It helped individuals understand how to behave responsibly, anticipate needs, and integrate new civic realities into ordinary life. Subtle signs of celebration. Even without formal festivities, some recognition occurred. Family gatherings to read or discuss the Declaration. Small toasts over meals or at taverns. Quiet acknowledgement of the historical moment in letters or conversation. These gestures were understated but meaningful, connecting individuals to the larger reality of independence. Continuity of life. Despite the abstract weight of independence, life carried on in ordinary, human ways. Fields were tilled, livestock tended, and meals prepared. Markets continued operations. Children played, learned, and observed the subtle changes around them. The Declaration of Independence existed as a soft background current, shaping thought, conversation, and minor adjustments in daily routines without disturbing the measured pace of life.
Welcome back. Settle in, take a slow, deep breath, and let your body relax. Part 23 gently explores how ordinary colonists lived during the first months after declaring independence. How daily routines, social interactions, and subtle adjustments reflected the quiet human integration of a monumental change. The pace of news and understanding. Even weeks after July 4th, information traveled slowly. Broadsides posted in public spaces reached nearby towns first. Printed copies of the Declaration circulated cautiously through villages. Travelers and letters carried fragments of information to more remote areas. People often read and reread, pausing to reflect on the meaning and implications. Discussion was calm, deliberate, and patient, a slow absorption of ideas into daily life. Civic life. Local governance adjusts. Communities began to integrate independence into practical governance. Town meetings discussed new responsibilities for civic duties. Committees organized militia coordination, supply chains, and communications. Ordinary citizens participated in debates, voiced concerns, and contributed ideas. The adjustments were deliberate, measured, and often repetitive. Life continued around them. Markets functioned, children played, and chores were completed, but with the undercurrent of responsibility and awareness. Militia and defense. Militia remained a constant presence, adjusting subtly to the new political reality. Drills continued on familiar schedules, reinforcing readiness. Officers coordinated logistics for supplies, billets, and communication. Communities quietly provided support without fanfare.
The shift to independence was acknowledged calmly, absorbed into routine rather than announced loudly. Training and preparation became part of the gentle rhythm of daily life. Economic life. Practical adjustments. The first months of independence required slow economic adaptation. Farmers and merchants adjusted inventories in anticipation of potential shortages. Families prepared provisions, coordinated with neighbors, and considered contingency plans. Local trade and markets continued steadily, with only minor adjustments. These were practical, unhurried adaptations, reflecting a subtle integration of independence into the day-to-day survival and social rhythms of colonial life. Taverns and community hubs. Taverns and inns remained centers for slow reflection. Travelers and locals shared news, letters, and pamphlets. Conversations were measured, reflective, and often repeated over days. Social bonds were strengthened as communities processed shared understanding. These exchanges reinforced awareness, subtly guiding collective thought and behavior without disrupting ordinary routines. Emotional landscape. The emotional impact of independence was soft but persistent. Pride in autonomy, tempered by practical concern. Curiosity about the future, tempered by realistic caution. Optimism, gently mixed with apprehension. Children absorb these feelings indirectly, learning social cues, observation skills, and the measured response to significant events. Adults demonstrated patience, reflection, and the slow, deliberate approach to integrating new realities. Religion and moral reflection. Faith continued to provide structure and perspective. Sermons incorporated moral lessons relevant to civic responsibility. Families discussed ethical considerations in home conversations. Community rituals reinforced social cohesion and shared values. Religion offered continuity, grounding, and subtle guidance in navigating the new political landscape. Observation and social learning. Observation played a key role in integrating independence into daily life. Neighbors noticed how others prepared for change. Families adjusted routines based on social cues and expectations. Communities monitored militia readiness and civic adaptations. These subtle observations reinforced social cohesion and helped individuals navigate the slow transformation of their society. Quiet recognition and small gestures. Even without formal celebrations, people acknowledged independence in understated ways. Reading or discussing the Declaration with family and neighbors. Toasting quietly at meals or taverns. Sharing letters and broadsides among friends. These small gestures connected individuals to the larger national reality while preserving the calm rhythm of daily life. Continuity amid change. Despite the weight of independence, ordinary life continued. Farmers tended crops and livestock. Children played and learned. Families maintained routines and meals. Markets operated as usual. The presence of independence was a gentle, persistent hum, softly influencing thought, conversation, and behavior without overwhelming daily rhythms. The gentle psychological shift. Over these months, colonists experienced a subtle transformation in mindset, increased awareness of collective identity, quiet anticipation of communal responsibilities, soft pride in local and regional achievements, gradual integration of abstract concepts like liberty and self-governance into lived experience. This psychological shift was cumulative, human, and enduring, shaping future actions in the months and years to come.
Welcome back one last time. Settle in, let your shoulders relax, and exhale slowly. Part 24 is a gentle reflection on 1776 America,
not as a year of battles and drama, but as a period of subtle human transformation. We'll look at ordinary lives, small adaptations, and the quiet ways independence began to weave itself into daily existence. The everyday rhythm continued. Even amid monumental change, daily life moved at a calm, steady pace. Farmers tended fields, plowed soil, and harvested crops. Children played in village streets or helped with chores. Families shared meals and quietly discussed letters, pamphlets, and news. The Declaration of Independence was present as a soft backdrop, a conceptual shift, slowly influencing thought, planning, and conversation. But it didn't halt the ordinary tasks of living. Subtle adjustments in communities. Communities adapted gently. Town meetings coordinated civic responsibilities and militia preparations. Households adjusted chores, supplies, and routines for new responsibilities. Neighbors observed and learned from each other, reinforcing social cohesion. These adaptations were deliberate and measured, reflecting the human ability to integrate even profound change into everyday life. The emotional landscape. 1776 America was quietly complex. Pride in self-determination, tempered by uncertainty. Mild anxiety about the practical consequences of independence. Curiosity about how the new nation would function. Optimism, tempered with cautious realism. These feelings were felt softly, discussed quietly, and absorbed gradually, shaping thought and social interaction without drama or spectacle. Reflection through faith and morality. Religion continued to provide grounding. Sermons offered ethical frameworks for considering liberty and responsibility. Families discussed moral duties alongside civic duties. Community rituals reinforced bonds and shared values. Faith and reflection allowed colonists to navigate uncertainty with patience, perspective, and subtle reassurance. The gentle impact of independence. Independence in 1776 didn't explode into immediate transformation. It seeped slowly into the consciousness of everyday people. Civic awareness deepened. Communication networks carried ideas and fostered understanding. Daily routines incorporated new responsibilities and subtle adjustments. Psychological and social cohesion grew quietly. This slow integration was the heartbeat of revolution, not in the loud clash of arms, but in the measured, human ways communities adapted and absorbed change. Looking back, looking forward. 1776 was not just a date on a calendar. It was a series of small, deliberate steps. Letters written and read. Conversations in taverns, homes, and markets. Observations of neighbors, militia, and officials. Adjustments to daily chores and responsibilities. Through all this, ordinary people, farmers, merchants, mothers, children, participated in history quietly, deliberately, and humanely. The Declaration of Independence was the punctuation, but the story was lived in the subtle, steady rhythms of everyday life. It was a gentle revolution, flowing slowly through hearts, homes, and communities, preparing the nation for all that was to come. A soft closing. As you lie back and let your mind drift, remember, history isn't always loud. Sometimes it's soft, pervasive, and quiet. Sometimes it's the hum beneath daily routines, the gentle shift of thought, the subtle adaptation of life. 1776 America was that kind of history. Ordinary lives slowly learning to be extraordinary. So take a deep breath, let your mind wander through the fields, villages, and quiet taverns of that year, and let the gentle flow of history carry you to sleep. Good night, and thank you for joining this long, calm journey through 1776.